Hello, chat. Oh, what the? Hold on, wrong one. I clicked the wrong one. Oops, I meant this one. My bad. How are you doing today? No. I just barely made it back in time. I went to pick up a package. A 5-hour yap session. People were not happy I asked questions. Of course there were people that were appreciative of it, but some people were not. Are you serious? I got my dojin before I got the playing cards I ordered like 7 months ago? Really? At least I get to see Jungdok have sex. There is a god in this world. I will save that for later. Hi chat, how are you? Did you have a good day? What is this for? Oh, PS4 controller. I ordered a dojin online and I got like a whole set. So it comes with acrylic stands and magnets. I'm very happy. I enjoyed the last stream VOD about Warhammer 40k, so I'm here to watch it live. I'm glad you could make it, Zoris. Couple things actually. I think people probably weren't prepared for me to ask so many questions. I would think asking questions is something to be expected of a reaction stream. I'm not upset about it. I find it actually quite kind of funny, but I can understand how too many questions is a little frustrating, especially since you know, you're like, just watch the fucking video, you get the question, like the answers to your questions, right? But here's the thing. I wrote like a whole thingy because I don't want to waste anyone's time, right? However, realistically, couple things for any new people here. I ask a lot of questions. It took me 3 hours to get through one video. Why am I asking questions? One, because this isn't just a reaction video, right? This is a reaction stream. Chat is here to help me get more invested and to learn about it. Two, chat will be wrong. Chat is always wrong. I expect chat to be wrong. It's weirder when chat is right, okay? My chat is adorably stupid, okay? And I think that people too probably think they're correct when they're not correct when it comes to this, just from what I've seen. But I will say, okay, it's not like I'm just gonna watch one video and I'll be done, okay? If I get misinformation from chat, that's okay. Do you know why that's okay, chat? It is because as I learn more about the universe over time, right? These misconceptions will just naturally be cleared up. It's not the end of the world if I get wrong information. Actually, arguably, it's better if I get wrong information because then I can say, hey chat, you were fucking stupid. You got this wrong. You know?
Makes mistakes, don't worry. For example, your mom made you.
Case in point.
I apologize for calling you cute. I will do it again, Tilda.
Shame on you. You should know better. What the fuck is with my thingies? Yeah, I think you should do it again, Bob. Hold on. My alerts are fucked up. Oh, Nani? I don't... Shit. I don't know why it keeps moving stuff. It's actually very annoying. I don't know what the issue is. I might have to set up all my stuff again, which would be very unfortunate, but... It maybe something that we have to do. I know people want to get their stuff in, and I also like money, so I might leave alerts up on stream. And then just have them slightly quieter, or I can have them muted. I don't know what you guys prefer. I personally would probably prefer them muted but visible, just so I can stay concentrating. But yeah, Warhammer lore can be contradictory or retconned over time, so people's understanding often depends on what they read and when. Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm more understanding of this than I guess people actually in the fandom. Which I will say, okay, reiterating once again, I'm going to get things wrong. That is part of any learning experience. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. I literally have medicated ADHD. So me asking questions and engaging with chat helps me get more invested and pay attention. Because chat can verify if it's in a conversation, I remember a lot of it. I remember what half of chat does for their job, dude. Because why? We talk about it. So talking about it helps me remember. Another thing, yeah, those are just the main things. If you're new here, I hope you have a good time. I know there's a lot of Warhammer people that are extremely passionate in the community, and I really respect that. But I hope that you will also, in turn, respect my learning experience.
Just imagine chat as agents of Xeon. Easy.
You know, it's funny because I was actually watching Seth's video on my Magic 7 literally 2 hours ago. If that's who you're talking about, Seth Syntac. You just finished a uni assignment. Now we're going to be starting another assignment. We will be learning about Warhammer again. I will say thank you to the people that were very appreciative of me asking questions. I actually am genuinely very, very interested in the lore. I like learning about lore a lot. Actually, I listen to lore to sleep, but it's not of Warhammer, it's about Elder Scrolls. So I listen to a lot of like Dark Lord Dash or Camelworks. I used to listen to a lot of Fudge Muppet. Aw, thank you, Sephiroth. Make sure to say thank you if you were gifted. Dude, what is with my alerts? Hold on, let's see. Will it fix if I replay it? No, it's gone. It's fucked. Bricky's cool. I'm here for the green woman. Did you just say you'd be lurking? You know? Holy shit, dude. I also might be dying because I slept wrong and now my shoulder is heckin' sad. I can't lift my shoulder without significant pain. Yeah, but I'm still here for you? How dare you? You should always be here. You should be like ingrained into my body. Like some onset diabetes. Yeah, I don't know what's the issue. Dude, my fucking... what do you call it? My desktop... like, my desktop wallpaper changed and now it says... Do you really want to start the game? And then it says no. And then it says I want to see homosexuality. I don't know what happened here. Oh, so I forgot to say thank you. If I ever... Oh shit. Sorry, I dropped my controller. I forgot that I put it around here because I was using my PS4. I'll put you over there. Alright. Oh, speaking of which, actually, I think I can say this now. Since there are Warhammer fans in chat, I will shamelessly plug my stuff. Why? Because I like money when it's convenient for me. That said, you guys are not obligated to do anything. But wow, would you look at this? Could it possibly be that I have a code for Zephyr Arcade? Wowzers. Maybe you could partake if you ever want to get something. Don't go out of your way. But I will put in the description below. So if you ever want to buy like Warhammer kits or something, you could do that. Make sure that you don't just click the link though, you have to put it in manually. Make sure to put in manually at checkout. Bam. You get 10% off on anything in the store. Ta-da! Hi, Discharge. I feel like I saw you like 3 days ago, though. Or like 4 days ago. What do you mean finally catch a stream? And thank you very much, Bob. Make sure to say thank you if you were gifted. Alrighty. Shall we get into it? This is my very brief introduction, unlike usual. Usually it takes me much longer. But yeah. Anyways, if someone doesn't read the top, then... wow. Okay, you know what? I just give up. My alerts are broken. This is so sad. I could not tell you the issue. Huh? Whatever. It's dead. It's dead. It lived a good life. I'll stick them out. I'll still read them out, though. I've got good deals and non-scale prices, but everything I wanted was out. Dude, okay, I was also looking to get some stuff, and I picked out some stuff. I kept it a surprise from you guys, but you'll find out later. Hi, Buck Buff. But yeah. You'll find out later what I got, and then we can do it all together. Alrighty. Are we ready, chat? Type yes if you are ready. Don't type ready. Okay. And I have a little notebook here, too. Excuse me. Yay! I like it when you listen to me. Keep that up. I like that energy. Oh, hold on. Check the phone. Boop. Thank God for my internal clock, because I set an alarm earlier and my phone died. It was not plugged in. Alrighty. Boop, boop, boop. Let me know if there's any issues with the audio, and we'll get started.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars.
These are the ones that said no to the
Thereafter,
Necrons.
a new species began to arise. The Necron tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed
I was gonna say they had space cancer. No, I think they just had regular cancer.
from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones
They probably have
respond
both true.
with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones.
Wait, question. Yes, 1 minute in. Question. It says forced back to their homeworld, but I didn't actually know the Old Ones had a homeworld. If that makes sense. Like, I know obviously it's common sense that they do, but for some reason in my head, I thought that they were just kind of like cosmic entities drifting apart, you know, in space. And they were like, oh shit, let's all hit you up because you can live forever.
That would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution.
But I thought
These
it said
other
kick them out
gods
from the
were known
homeworld. Hold on,
as
let
the
me, maybe I misheard.
Rage. And as they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back
That
to their
gets me every
homeworld.
time.
The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones.
I
A
misheard,
revenge
my
that
bad.
would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them
Oh, so
a
there just isn't much
solution.
about the Old Ones.
These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities.
These are the ones that ate
fear,
each other,
young
right?
mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephitron, the Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the
I'm curious, are stars and planets like actually entities in this world too? Are there examples of like personified, I guess, planets? If that makes sense. Or I guess not personified, but rather, what would, like, sentient objects and stuff? I'm always curious as to the limitations. There's planets that aren't just planets. Not really. They're living planets from the warp. Nebulas? So, or would these kind of be similar to like some sort of like oceanic type entity then? There's a Slaneshi world that's a giant Vanu. What? You know, I should start asking you guys the sources on these things. I'm gonna write this down to Google later. Slaneshi man. Slaneshi diabetic planet. There we go.
Mortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various
Daemon
races and
worlds.
entities to aid them in this battle,
Is it
the
demon or
Old
daemon?
Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods. And when there was
Me
no
for real.
foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons...
That was because of the the Necron leader that stayed sentient, right? What was it? The something of silence? Was it the Lord of Silence, I think? I'm not sure.
Their leader, Zarek, the Silent
I'm trying to
King,
like reiterate
with a plan
what I
to
remembered last
eventually
time.
wake and reclaim control over the galaxy.
The Silent King, yes,
Over
thank you.
millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot, in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now.
I just
for
wonder what
almost
people decide for stock
15,000
footage.
years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer
Oh my
universe.
god!
But with time,
I didn't know it was in
humanity's ambition and the
existence.
power of their technology
Guys,
becomes
I'm canon.
unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans
Is this
are
fake psyker?
greatly
For being
expanded,
psyker?
and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite
Wait.
all the progress, things would begin to collapse.
Do they ever go into how psychers exist? I assume that this was just more exposure to the warp as humanity expanded, and that started to develop psychers, almost like some radiation or something leaking in and affecting people's minds.
Machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known
That
as
was a
the
lot.
age
Hold on.
of tens of years. Empires rise and they fall.
Yeah.
The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot, in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins evolution remain. Right now, in the 21st century, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we...
So basically when humanity really started to expand in space, that's when psychers started to manifest. This is difficult for me to comprehend just because humanity is so far off of this today. You know what I mean? I'm trying to picture the humanity that we have in current day being in a position where we can expand and explore space on this level and like advance, you know? I'm very curious as to how the process is, because I think about how like the world would be like 100 years from now. Thinking of how it would be like 1,000 years from now is kind of inconceivable, you know? All humans have a passive connection to the warp, but the number of people that could actually manipulate or be manipulated by it increase over time, yes. I'm surprised that they don't go into it that much. Or maybe there is like material, but people here just don't know it. Because I would think that it's kind of like exposure type thing. Especially since a lot of it is like psychological. It's almost like when there's like a rift, right? It slowly gets bigger over time with as more people who can actually interact with it reach their hand in, if that makes sense.
Begin to know as
I guess it's too
psychers
hard to
appear.
explain all this
But
stuff.
Despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known
Yeah,
as
but
the
thousands is
Cybernetic
still hard to
Revolt,
comprehend.
and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities: Korn, Nurgle, and Zeech. However, a fourth one,
And then
Slaanesh,
Slaanesh.
was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species.
Korn is the one of death. Zeech is the one of change, and then the Nurgle is the one of like stagnancy, right? And then Slaanesh is like, I guess, debauchery.
Created by the old ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy,
And this is the
split the Eldar
Drakari?
into those of the Craft world, who sought to bring their species
Which are the
back
Eldar,
together,
right? They're the Dark
and those
Eldar?
of the Drakari, who wish to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The
See, look how
birthing
much
of this
information
fourth
I
chaos
retained
god
asking
settled
questions.
the warp storms of the
Sasagami.
Immaterium and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity.
This the
That
Emperor.
man was the Emperor of Mankind.
I'm sorry. Hold on. No. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm time to ruin your day. You're welcome. Okay. You're welcome for what I'm about to show you. I thought they looked very similar. Okay. So let's take a look at the Emperor, right? And then this is my very this is my very I instantly thought of it. No, but I'm not wrong. Is this the dude from Dungeons 2? It's crazy similar. It's actually like, wow. Well, you're welcome. Now you can never unsee this. Is this considered heretical? He's kind of a Chad, though. Thoughts? Prayers? Every time you say a syntax name, he changes it to be... Oh, I was thinking of a Seth syntax. I forgot it was spelled like this, because I just think of Zeech. I need to see Big E giving Zeech a wet willy now. Ugh. Ugh. I would not want to see that. The Emperor does stuff out of spite too. I'm just thinking of the Medusa one.
After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the unification wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease.
Did we hear about
But
these last time? I don't think we did,
are a
right?
blunt tool and had
I don't think so.
overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be.
Wait.
But these warriors are a blunt tool and had
Also, thank you, Derby.
overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines.
Okay, so they were like the progenitor kind of Space Marines. It's only heresy if someone tells the Inquisition. Well, Fabian, I have bad news. Hohenheim literally said, Inquisitor, this is her. I've been snitched on already. So if I get taken away, you know who to blame. Thunder Warriors are like one line in the original video. Yeah, I'm like, I don't feel like this was mentioned much at all. I will say, I'm kind of confused. So M10 was the beginning of the Age of Strife, and or was that M23? M23 was before that. But are these like specific events, like a Doomsday? Like, I don't know what would be the equivalent, I guess. M20 to M10.
superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite
live in
group of his
M2.
very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the
Are these the
Great
Primarchs?
Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins
I feel
of
like we
the
glossed.
Great Crusade.
Okay, you know what? This I'm less than 10 minutes in, but this solidifies actually that I was right to watch the other video first, because if I did not have an introduction to any of this, I would be even way more lost. Like, actually.
Known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires.
Yeah,
of
I don't know why
industry
people
make
wanted me
this
to watch
happen.
me explain
Looking
so
to the
much
distant
first.
Cousins of Mars, the
Because, okay, the thing is, when you watch this, you have to understand that from a newcomer's perspective, there's a ton of unclear antecedents. Like, you don't know. They'll be like, oh, the Primarchs did this. What the fuck is a Primarch? You know, you get a brief introduction, but like going through the other one, you get actually a lot more contextual information for the universe rather than this, where you're just lost the entire time, like drifting through space.
signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers paled to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of
I really want to play
connectivity
Rogue
between
Trader.
the
I installed it the other
worlds, what a
day.
society had become over thousands.
He'll go into details later. This is just an introduction. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do understand that, but I'm telling you guys that as a beginner, I'm really glad I watched the first one. Because if you go in chronological order with stuff that people don't know anything about, it's actually way more confusing. Because how am I supposed to backtrack into the video when he is explaining the factions, right? After he's explained the timeline, and then I'll be like, so that was the thing here? Right? I basically have to rewatch this all over again.
Of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting.
I will admit, I did
agriculture
ask very
now are
complicated
being used
questions
as
that were not
machines
easily
of
explained.
war in the form of imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even
But that's
be
'cause I
changed
care, guys.
further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in
These
size,
are the
skin
Adeptus
color,
Mechanicus, right?
appendages, cat ears, sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the galactic core and their immense supercomputers, forming
Oh, we
the
didn't learn about
Leagues
these
of
ones, I think.
Votan. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last.
What are these ones, actually? What are these ones supposed to be? That's because that's the Emperor, right? Are these the Adeptus, what are they called? Starts with a C. Custodies. Yes, those. They look different from the other art I saw of them. They look pointier.
Would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful
Banana Guard
wars
is
in
scary.
humanity's history.
I'm allergic to bananas.
The favorite son of the Emperor,
Horus.
would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his
He
father.
looks different than I
This
expected.
betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy
As you
would
said it, he's
result
have a name.
in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodian.
Do they not, on some part, consider the modifications that they've done to the Emperor to keep him alive a form of heresy? Because this looks low-key heretic here. And I mean, it's technically kind of unnatural. Some of them not so willingly. Angron wanted it all to end, but... are you talking about the Primarchs? They don't consider it heresy? The Golden Throne probably did it automatically. How does that even happen? He doesn't look so fine. As long as his soul is still intact and broadcasting, it's all good. If it was heresy, he wouldn't let them do it. Would he actually be able to stop them from doing that, though, Zeal? Oh, right. I guess that's true, because it got twisted over time, right? That they started to worship the Emperor. They didn't initially worship him. Oh, he built it himself. Oh, like how he made the custodies, right? Okay, and he made the Primarchs.
The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium
Is that
would end up
Sister
with
of
one of the
Battle?
strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000. Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form.
Okay, I was wondering. I'm like, is that Celestine? Because she looks different. She's floating. You guys said that she's not actually, oh, what do you call it? Sort of the P. Damn it. I have like dysnomia right now.
Would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions
Perpetual,
would be
thank you.
courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots
Sorry, one more time.
would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the
So these are like the current
incomparable power
highest
and
authority, basically.
of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this
this is kind of when the religion started to take off, right?
With one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
Gilliman is the
own form of problems. A
blueberry
primitive
leader, right?
Species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy. As if it would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be
This is the one you guys said that they just didn't give a fuck about, and then thousands of years pass, and then all of a sudden they've evolved, and they try to basically diplomatically assimilate other species, and then they're like not so diplomatic about it.
able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy. As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium.
The gene stealer cults are like the skinwalker ones,
there
right?
is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the—
Oh, is that the big one? Is the walker, the one that's like a home for all the generations and you get backseated? There's actually a lot of differences in all the art for these.
cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety.
Are Imperial Knights different from them, or they're the same thing, right?
For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Guys, it's happening again. Part 1. Let's have one pilot. Titans have princeps and several other crew members. Isn't it basically like a hominid?
Once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. I'm sorry, what's that? Oh right, it's gone.
I regret not buying this merch, rip you.
So make sure your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled? Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%.
That doesn't sound right.
The Night Haunter smiled?
The fact that knights come from night worlds, which have a feudal society, matters. Oh yes, actually, I remember we were talking about this, and I was basically like, oh, so these are like part of like a dukedom, basically like walking kind of dukedoms, because they're from nobility, right? And it's a whole generational thing. Actually, since I was asking a lot of questions about the population, which I feel like I had a lot of logical reasons to ask about the population, considering I feel like in general, if humanity were to explore the galaxy, they kind of get fucked. Right? And anyways, a lot of the logic behind my asking about the population is because if you're constantly at war and people are being meat shields, there's an effective level of age that you would have, right? You're like, are you gonna throw children at an enemy and pray for the best? The mass matters. A baby's gonna be eaten in 2 seconds. If you have an adult man, though, maybe that takes 10 seconds. No one tell it? Yeah, I heard. Okay, so I was looking at the comments because people were very informative in the comments. Thank you. And so people were like, yeah, no, they actually throw babies. But okay, in my defense, right? Yeah, even if there are millions of worlds, if you're losing population faster than you can replenish it, like you're gonna lose a war of attrition, you know? But yeah, that was my logic behind it, because you want an effective level of age to properly combat your enemies. But then someone explained basically that part of the reason humanity was able to get in this position in the first place— I really wish my mom got me a hot dog from Costco. I should have asked. I didn't know she was going to Costco. Anyways, part of the reason why I asked was I felt that there was like an effective age regardless. So I lost my train of thought. I got distracted by hot dogs. My bad.
No. This could only mean one.
Oh, anyways, sorry, I remembered. So basically someone was like, realistically, humanity was able to expand because they took worlds that no one else wanted to visit. So there wasn't really competition. They could just kind of freely expand, similarly to the Tau. I feel like also too, because your only purpose is like war and survival at a certain point, it streamlines the whole process of birth and everything more. Nah, she already came home.
It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively on this here news network. That's right, your esteemed host Bricky myself is dropping a 3-part Gamer Subs release for pre-order.
I'll say the painting for that is gorgeous.
Only for a couple of weeks. Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs, but it also comes with the first
Does this taste good?
All over
I haven't tried. Maybe I'll try it.
32-ounce jug. And if
I don't know if this flavor is still around though.
You, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk
I heard cloning is a no-no.
That's right. The Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time
looking at paint.
We're talking taste. We're talking Atlas. We're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these
Yeah,
items,
I heard cloning is generally a no-no, but also like a gray area.
A note for you, thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersubs.com/Bricky and use code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring the Strawman News.
I think
and let us move on
next
to our
week
next
we'll watch
5 years
how do you
ago,
say their
I made
name?
every Warhammer
Luton?
40k faction explained.
Luetin?
A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together.
Is it? Wait, remember this is a nation crushed under the weight of its own bureaucracy. It can take centuries or millennia to get a report, let alone decide an outcome. I thought that was a poor communication because it takes so long between like warps. Is there something, because I was thinking of watching Re-Explained and then part 1, part 2, and then going on to a Luton video. Thoughts? Knights were initially farm/agriculture/utility machines that were converted into weaponized defense platforms. Titans are purpose-built for war. I don't remember the Titans. Poor communication is part of the reason some actions take so long. Dude, as someone who has like been involved with a lot of admin stuff, it fucking hurts my head. Luton can be good for deep dives. For the deep dives you want to do, what did you have in mind? I'm not sure. I was recommended a variety of things. Let's see. I had them pinned here. And then later, once I understood more, I wanted to get into Amber King and Arbiter Ian. Because a lot of you guys suggested it. Especially, I really, really want to watch the video. I think it was the Emperor right? But I was told that I should wait. So I will wait. I was recommended this one, The Entire Horus Heresy Timeline in 40 Minutes by Arbiter Ian. Gathering Storm, Origin of Modern Warhammer 40k. Imperium's 10 Worst Jobs. Hive Cities. Oh, these seem like things I would really like, actually. Oh yeah, I was also recommended Pancreas. Yeah. Some of these were suggested to me in Discord or like in comments. Going directly from Brick to Luton might give you a bit of tonal whiplash, but he's very good. I watch a lot of different like lore videos, so I think I'll be okay. It's just not about Warhammer usually, because I save them for you guys. I'm doing okay, Tara. How about you? There's so much bureaucracy in the Imperium, man, that a world literally called for help. It took the call only a few days to get to the Imperium, but took almost 50 years to navigate the bureaucracy. Jesus Christ. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Which I'm surprised that the bureaucracy is so bad considering like how strict the hierarchy is for the society. But I guess it depends too. Because it said that a lot of human worlds maintain their own culture that is different from, like, I guess the homeworld, which the homeworld would be Terra or Earth, right? For streams, I recommend someone like Ian, Pancreas, more lore, etc. Okay, I'll keep this in mind. Oh, you got stuff for the winter storm. Stay safe, dude. Bricky is your high school teacher. He tells most things, but makes it hard easier to swallow. Luden is your dry church pastor who goes deep. Starting on Luden is a mistake for new people. Well, I was gonna watch more of Bricky first and then go to Luden.
Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity.
Oh yeah, AI is a big no-no, right?
Quality game updates and a few excellent video games and a couple mini-series. The sheer volume
and me
of
have
people
some
who have told
potentially
me they have
on the
purchased
way.
miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video was released, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form.
Oh, this one was
Needless to
also
say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is
recommended
so
to me.
much
Adeptus
more
Ridiculous,
than just
spelled with an
Spaceman
E.
shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer Fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1 million stories over 1 million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And
AI in 40k is what we call AGI. What is the difference? The Imperium is a Gordian knot of the chains of command. I do not know what this means. What does this mean, Super? Thank you.
We need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire.
Artificial general intelligence.
The Necron tier
I don't know what that means,
original
though.
Form of the Necrons, an alien
What
race
is the difference
far
between
away
that and
from us
AI?
that lived short, painful
AGI
lives
can
due to
think
the
autonomously and effectively true intelligence. So, okay, would something like ED for Mass Effect be AI or AGI? AI today is a bunch of clever algorithms that cook smart. AGI is intelligent. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It's like it can be its own kind of person existence thing. Okay.
Radiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer. of
ED would be
sorts.
AI. That does
Necrons
not
are
sound
very
right.
much
I think ED.
inspired by
Okay,
the
there you go.
ancient
AGI.
Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necrons here endured was far from picturesque. This also translates
Why
into
does it
their
remind me of
hierarchy.
Dr. Manhattan?
They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world. And immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item.
I talked about this one a lot.
And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of
Question. Since like your soul is like an actual thing, right? Is it possible that if something consumes your soul, that with the correct technology or I guess magical power, you could separate your soul from that and then put it into another body? Or no? I'm sure there's probably been like some instance of that, right?
knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do
Yeah,
now—
but what is defined as gone? Like Horus's soul is gone. Like he can't even be respawned, right? But if you're assimilated into something else, like you're eaten by the Catan, you become part of them in some way, right? Just how much you are part of them is different. Like, for example, you're mixing paint. Like, is there an element of it that's still separated, or are you just like a different color now entirely? There's a name Chaos Space Marine that does that to be immortal. That's different from being a perpetual, though, right? Because a perpetual is based off of your will. There's a lone surviving men of iron that was found. They were just chilling and peaceful. Huh. I guess you would need the mental fortitude and will to be able to separate your own existence too. But if you don't have your soul, how do you do that? But I mean, souls also kind of have a will of your own, right? So a perpetual has to be a human. Okay.
Is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons.
Wait, sorry, question. Cause the King of Silence, this dude, right? He maintained his mind throughout like everything that happened with the Catan. Did he not go in the furnace? He looks like he went in the furnace though. Or did he just change himself so he could survive the space cancer? He did go in the furnace? Okay, so he was just he just kept his sentience, basically. Okay.
To battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting and then win back their freedom. But
he lost his soul though, right?
Cannot die. So in reality,
okay,
what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest
Domination
challenge
Moss.
they face now are actually the
those are
upstarts
cool.
of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity
Adeptus Mechanicus
to
woke them
rule
up?
the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years with his perfect memory. A constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are
later?
reawakening,
okay.
But it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But
Oh, I see. We've
60
gone back
million
to the
years
kind of mythic era.
hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the...
Yeah, I was like, isn't this the dude from Infinite Divine? Or is it Light Divine? Light Divine, I think. Or am I thinking of a different one?
Themed Imatech
He's describing works, by the way. Is he actually really? Oh, is it a different dude? Or is that... Oh, maybe... Is that Orzark or something?
Race, believing his time
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to be racist. I got them mixed up.
Scientists and archaeologists
A different
like
Yapping
Trace in
couple?
the Infinite and Orkin the Diviner
I had another
spent
two.
thousands of years bickering over
Orkan,
artifacts
yes.
and petty squabbles. Truly, the
Oh,
Necrons
that's
are
the
a
one from
faction
it.
bickering over
Right? I feel like I've seen this from the book cover.
artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species of...
Yeah, I'm gonna be so real with you. Afterwards, like after that stream, I googled the book, right? Because I was like, okay, I'll read it eventually. I googled the book, and I thought the cover art for it, I was surprised because it didn't look like something that I would expect from Warhammer, right? I was like, huh, this looks like fan fiction, like a fan fiction cover art.
that does not know of time. Only
I don't
the
mean that in a bad
ravages
way, by the
brought
way.
by it.
It just wasn't what I
pharaoh of a
expected. The
dynasty
style is very
may
different.
just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a...
So, since the Necrons don't have a soul anymore, would they be kind of similar to AGI, or would they be kind of a lesser version? Because even AGI can simulate emotions, right? But I know that a lot of the souls carry the emotions you feel, but does that mean you don't have any? So if you were to define the difference between them and AGI, what would it be? The fact that they used to be human? Or like, sorry, I guess like not human, but they used to be living organic beings? They still have a tiny piece of their soul? Imagine AGI that can't truly feel but remember that they could feel. They're probably closer to AI that was had an AGI at the lower level. Oh, see, that's kind of what I was thinking, because I'm like, they don't have the capacity to feel emotions now, but an AGI would, even if it's just them thinking they feel emotions, right? So when the Necrons are so depressed and stressed all the time, they feel an emotion, but it just feels wrong. But how can they feel depressed and stressed? I guess it's kind of like maybe an after image of an emotion, like phantom pain, I guess. That's the closest thing I can think of, like a psychological phantom pain that keeps them going this entire time.
Soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and Orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo decision that doomed them all.
Yeah, I read
Before
that the
they can
Necrons
do
actually
that,
kind of like
there is a
genocided a
pest
couple
that
species
needs
before this.
exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper.
How do we define the emotion? By the chemicals that produce or the symptoms of feeling it? I would personally say the symptoms of feeling it, Midas. I think that the chemicals are kind of a process rather than the emotion itself, personally. That's kind of like why I'm trying to comprehend it, especially since souls actually are very much a thing and have an emotional aspect to it. No orphan left behind. That's what I'm saying, guys. If you kill the parents, you kill the child too, so they can't come back for revenge.
Advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time.
Okay, sorry, one more time. Because, okay, one thing that I think of, right, is I think of like the Tranquil from Dragon Age, and afterwards, after they get like lobotomized, right, they are literally like tranquil. There's not really malice left in them. I would imagine that in some scenarios, as you said, like some people just want to live over they just want to rule over their dynasty, right? They just kind of, malice can go away when you don't have the capacity to feel those emotions anymore. Not all the time, but a lot of the time in some instances. Wow, that's kind of an oxymoron. You can say that because their mind survives in the tech for the higher Necrons, their understanding of emotion, their personality also survives in fashion. I feel like if it's something that you, as a Necron, thought too much about, you would kind of just like mind break yourself into a sense of like existential crisis, because you're like, why am I doing this? Because a lot of like because revenge isn't really a motivating factor here, right? Because they already locked up the Catan and like split them into pieces. It's more so just about getting what they had. I guess everyone needs like a purpose, even if you don't understand the feeling of the purpose. That did happen to some of them. Wow. Unsurprising.
Their mastery of the physical galaxy
Is
is the
Necron inclined
strongest
to
in the
pretend to have
universe.
dementia because it's
Their
easier for them to
weapons
cope with?
reduce
Shit, I do the
people
same
to
thing.
barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to
I
come
remember
back
this.
alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally, they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives.
How do you
with
get
an
rid of the
overwhelming
Necrons? Do you just
force.
like throw
And then
Trojan
there's
in
the
there?
flayed ones. Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and
Necrons literally master the physical universe because they have the best tech ever. Not the tech to cure space cancer, apparently. I'm kind of curious as to... I assume that there's not much information because this was kind of like... I don't know how it would be described. Kind of like the mythic area. Or mythic era where a lot of this stuff is lost to history. Which I guess from like historical standpoint, that makes a lot of sense, right? But what do you call it? There isn't much information on what the Necrons were like before they got turned into space robots, right? Yeah, I read that there was like a lot of civil war and they fought and took over like I guess they destroyed a lot of species. I'm just kind of they always struggle with genetics and concepts of soul. Their technology was more focused on space-time, etc. Did they not explore putting themselves in robots? You know, like putting their consciousness in robots before? Because for them, it's not like an issue, right? I feel like I would want to do that if my entire species was suffering from space cancer. When we get to the part where someone smiles because they're happy? I'm not happy, but you want to see me smile. It'll make you happy, so.
Adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently
Honor
is
code
their
of not using
awakening
on
sickness and their
underdeveloped
infighting
species, which
with
is everyone.
No care to the timeline, but they are coming. And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the
Okay, question real quick. That Space Marine, I think that's a Space Marine, just got his arm blown off. Is that something that can be reattached very easily? Can they make new limbs, actually? Is this a thing that can be done? Because they made new organs and they put the extra hearts and stuff in Space Marines, right? Oh, you would get a robo arm. You wouldn't get an actual arm. Okay, okay. I see.
that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours. It is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real. And so is hell, the afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space.
Yeah,
it is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection
and that's why they need the
of our
Astronomicon,
reality
right?
of
With the
our
Embers
souls,
keeping them alive.
all thoughts,
or
all
I guess
emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension, but it is changing.
Oh, so it's kind of, I don't know. I haven't watched Stranger Things forever. It's kind of like the Upside Down. It's like an overlay that you can kind of like turn on and off to see and access through the Astronomicon.
Expose oneself to the warp for any period of time.
Like you're turning a layer on and off in Photoshop or something.
The most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage.
No, but you can turn your access on and off, right? Well, okay, when I say access on and off, I mean like actually going through it. I don't mean your connection to the warp. You can't turn off your connection to the warp because it's inherently built into humans. I mean more just like your actual process of going through it.
At a time, you could say it was more calm, but a certain faction's
I love Persona!
war in heaven
actually, I just saw my Persona 5 Collector's Edition disc
and its realms belong to
in my PS4 earlier.
Gods known simply as The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity.
You can turn off your connection to the warp blanks, but if you have the blank gene, that's not turning it on and off. There's no switch. You just don't have a switch at all, and you have no connection, no? Or it's extremely faint.
There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and
Warp is
Slaanesh.
mementos, but not crap.
Each of them represent
no wonder
various
it's so
facets
confusing.
of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like. though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing.
I know when we were talking about this last time, there seemed to be a lot of discourse regarding the chaos, because like the chaos gods, because some people are like, oh yeah, they got twisted over time. So, and then I think Bricky said something about like they were, well, the same way Khorne is also like the god of death, he's kind of like the god of life, which makes sense if his number is 8, right? It's a like a Mobius strip, like a cycle. But I was gonna ask something. I don't remember. Dang it. Oh, I was basically just wondering how much he'll go in depth with that.
They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood.
Oh,
this may
not
appear
much.
to be quite frightening, of course. Demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true
But I thought you said 8. Didn't you say 8?
carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The chain large and tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course. Demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne.
My entire impression of the Chaos Gods is that they're neither good nor evil. They're just in existence. It's like you could use a gun to kill someone, you could use a gun to protect. What matters in that instant is more your intention. Are you using it to shamelessly murder someone, or are you using it to protect someone else from being hurt? Are you using it to disable someone who is about to hurt someone else, you know?
Warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many
Are they
mortals down
evil
the
or
path
just
of
the core embodiment of something? So for example, if like a demon was to embody like the desire of like death, right? The easiest way for it to explore that desire would just be indiscriminate murder. That's some chaos propaganda right here. I'm trying to understand. They're evil. I will take what you guys say with a grain of salt. There is no happy demon. Yeah, but happiness means different things to different people, you know? Plus, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of distorted
For he will bless those that bring him
things
enough
about
skulls.
this.
And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Korn. Normally, if I ever want to explain Korn, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard.
I'd stab you in the
Warriors like
front.
you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate.
Average Krogan
With a sacred
mentality.
number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is an
I love
obvious
Grunt too, my little
undercurrent of
himbo.
mischief and cunning. Tzeentch
I think it's like a yin yang situation that's gone out of whack in a bad way. Yeah, I don't know what is exactly entirely true about this. So yeah, because I've heard mixed things regarding it. They're a literal manifestation of concepts such as war, combat, fate, natural decay, change over time. See, that's why I don't really perceive it as evil. Like Tyranids, I don't think are evil. They're just eating to eat. You know, if that's all your existence does, right? And if you can't feel happiness, you're not deriving pleasure out of, I guess, murder. Like, I feel like there's a lack of malice in that. You know? You're just doing what you do.
is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
Shit.
His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers.
Is
on the
intent
spot
necessary
to a
for
question
evil?
He didn't ask.
Have you ever?
Don't get me started on the morality argument. For me personally, I would define evil, generally speaking, right, as a sense of sadism. Just because someone does something evil doesn't mean their reasons were evil. I think that if you look at the world in such a black and white way, you're denying yourself and everyone else around you a very nuanced perspective. For example, if you blow up an entire ship of people because that ship contains a virus that will spread to the rest of the species and just cause the most horrific deaths imaginable, that action in itself, like killing everyone on that ship, someone would perceive that as evil, right? The intent is what defines it, in my opinion, as good or evil. And even then, it's like subjective, right?
I had dreams that you had.
I think I'd be a great inquisitor.
You could do so.
Chat trying to explain anything to me.
You want him to do you so much you could do anything.
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is
Yeah,
a
but if that's all they
direct way
know,
to
and
help
that's how they
feed
survive.
An unfaithful partner, a politician,
Is
a
it that
spy.
evil?
All these
I'm not
people
saying there
feed
isn't an
Tzeentch in
element
one way or
of being
another, and
evil,
it
but
doesn't
yeah.
matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change
Sorry, let's go back.
but
Sorry,
Stab you in
Zeech,
the
I did not
back,
pay attention to you.
Warriors like you and me, straight to the
I did not
face.
nuance you. Either love and lie or you're wrong and evil.
Tzeentch is the second god.
True,
the god of
Nori, thank
trickery
you.
And mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning.
Hey, I got the quarantine zone ready. Amaya, oh, I just blew up the ship with the infected. Guys, I defend Bondrude, okay? So, talking about morality with V is going to be an entire can of worms. This isn't to say I justify any of what Bondrude has done, by the way. I think he did terrible, terrible things, right? But I think he's an incredibly charismatic villain, and he's my favorite character and my favorite villain of all time. Or rather, I don't even see him as a villain. I see him as an antagonist. So yeah, I'm not saying what he did was okay. Bondrude for Maiden Abyss. What he did wasn't okay. It wasn't good. It should be ethical science, right? However, I find him distinctly fascinating. He is very charismatic.
Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone
I love Bondrude.
thermonuclear.
Where the f is
His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no
You should watch
answers
me in
while
the best.
simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you?
Oh,
you
this is
had-
what you guys told me when you said that he just like fucks with you.
You do. You want. You could do so. You want him to do you so much you could do anything.
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion.
Okay, but I don't think Bondrewd is evil. I don't think Bondrewd is a good person necessarily, and I don't think he's done acceptable things, but I don't think he's evil. That's my argument in defending Bondrewd. I'm not going to defend his actions, but I'll defend whether or not he's evil, according to my own morality.
Lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way.
Didn't you
to
guys
help
say that
feed an
Zeech just does it for the
unfaithful
love of the
partner,
game?
A politician, a spy. All these people feed Zeech in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are
Is it
good.
Zeech or
Acceptance
Zeech?
does not feed Zeech. Change
Oh, it's Zeech.
does. Zeech
Naruhodo.
doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are always
You can
bad,
just Google what
and even the
Bondrewd
hope
did.
to
It's
make a
pretty
better
bad.
Tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Zeechian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a
So you can talk
biblically
more shit.
accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his disposal
Wait.
adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in
He
the
has
night.
the gamer
Do not
neck.
question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Zeech, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is
All
the
these
one
quotes are so
of
metal.
acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself,
Nurgle.
Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the
Is this
exact
7 now?
opposite of Zeech. Where Zeech believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between comes under the
This is the
great
one I said was like
shadow and
Periite.
girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the
I guess
plight
reminded
of
me of like
mortals
Periite.
is
Reminded me of
his
Periite.
beer and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can,
This is not
he
safe for work.
shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one. And look at how happy
Yeah,
he
that's really
is.
about acceptance and
there's a
stagnation. That
lot-
sounds more like resignation to
a lot
me.
of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle.
Guys, like it or not, this is what peak performance looks like.
All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strengths. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should
Remember
you
when people did that in
embrace
COVID?
your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end
Trying to get
your
COVID and I
pain.
got COVID.
Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children.
Is there a sense of like, I guess power scale for the chaos gods relative to one another? Because I was thinking, I'm like, okay, well, if Tzeentch is like the chaos god of change, right? Every species is consistently evolving and changing, but simultaneously the concepts of death are so permanent that it's always going to be there. So I'm wondering which one has more of an impact. Not really. The power scale depends on the writer. The Great Clean One conversion, if you haven't, you're gonna have to write that down somewhere. I'll write it down here, but no guarantees. All about equal, but one can temporarily rise above one another. I guess in that way it's very stable, yes. Great. Clean One. A lot of Slaanesh stuff isn't very marketable. Really? Is this because it's usually of the Drakari? Thank you for the Prime, Aki, and thank you. I will also be a rot maxer, dude. I took a shower the other day. I'm so sad. Thank you, bub. Oh, okay, so that's what you guys meant when I was confused before. It varies and fluctuates all the time. When a major disease is ravaging a region, Miracle gains power. I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Those were the three major chaos gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't.
Is this when they were in their web thingies?
While. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons in Catan, the old ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was
I thought the old ones made the orcs. So they made a couple species, right?
A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the...
So with the current Eldar, because they basically reached peak performance, right? And that's how Slaanesh came to be, because they were so bored. How would the current Eldar rate in terms of technology compared to the Necrons? Because you guys said that the Necrons have the best technology ever, right? But the Necrons have also been kind of AFK for a while. Yeah, I forgot that they made multiple species, because I knew they made the orcs, but I forgot that they also made the Eldar? Question mark? Darn knife ears. Oh my god, slurs in my chat. Eldar focus more on magic. Oh, I guess it's impossible for the Necrons to use any magic. Huh. That makes sense.
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically
That's true, they don't need it when they have space magic. Oh, this is the Harlequin, right?
Space elves, and these elves rule the galaxy.
What is this image?
The Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic
Eldar lost a ton of their population,
their understanding
and they can't reproduce too much because it's Slaanesh, right?
With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things.
So, were any Necrons before they got turned into robots through the furnace, did they have psychers at all? Is it ever explained how the Eldar are entirely like a species of psychers? None? I guess because there's not much information about it. Drakari or Dark Eldar have close to 0 psychers. So, were the Drakari kind of like a branch species? And they evolved to not have psyker powers, and they were originally from like the general Eldar, or were they just like two different things made at the same time? Yeah. Sorry, I almost dropped my stuff. The old ones were hyper psychers and they made the Eldar that way. Oh, I thought the Necrons made them. Okay, so the Necrons made the... Wait, no. The old ones made the Eldar and the what do you call it? The orcs, right? And they did that to fight back against the Necrons, question mark? Dark Eldar psychic abilities weaken because they don't use them. Dark Eldar were the majority, just only the Webway ones survived. Those are the ones kind of separated from Slanesh-ish before, right? Huh. Eldar are born psychers because the old ones wanted them to be. Quite literally created them as bioweapons that were designed to be able to use the warp as a weapon as easily as they use a sword. Oh wow, they really are like gods, basically. The Catan ate the Necrons and fought the old ones who made orcs and Eldar to fight back. Oh! I think I remember this. Old ones made orcs to fight the front lines, Eldar to guard the webway, and for deep strikes. And this was because the Catan were basically eating all of them, right? Okay.
We just talked about in the warp. Yes! However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means
I love a universe where Delulu is Delulu.
Much more. A more inexperienced psyker.
Didn't the Catan also eat their own people though? Oh, this is Dark Tide, right? Is it Dark Tide?
More power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water,
I guess it's because they made the things to capture their own souls, right?
Essence itself. We sing unreality.
Actually, did they only make the things to capture souls after Slanesh became a problem? Or was it beforehand?
Cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Well, because how else would you be reborn, though? Because you would need to put the soul back into another body, so you would need something to capture the soul, right? So how did they do that beforehand? I don't know anything. I'm basically clueless in Warhammer, but not gonna lie, I'm hooked. It's very interesting. He's about to explain? Okay, I'll keep watching then.
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. With a society so perfect, they wanted for naught. And this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like,
cannibalism is the ultimate form of love, by the way.
Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is
the edging begins. Oh my god. There has to be some Eldar that just edge themselves non-stop for like centuries. Just to see what the fuck would happen, right? There's no way there isn't. This is kind of like the thing you suggested earlier about moving your soul into a different thing by being a good cycler. Oh my god, you do remember what I said!
problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of
the
one's own
maxing
interest.
nar.
A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The warp
Sorry.
took notice of this.
I forgot my
heavily,
dailies.
and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life.
Didn't the Eldar avoid something because they were like on the very edges of the galaxy, or am I remembering another species? Timescale, the Eldar debauchery is hard to comprehend. They were born for millions of years with a race of people that can effectively be immortal. But simultaneously, because there's no time in the warp, right? Slaanesh was created, but also always existed. Some craft worlds, but not the Elder species as a whole. Craft world Elder left the Empire to avoid this. So did they like foresee that something like Slaanesh would come to be? The Eldar now reject sex and study the blade. They're now cultured. Oh, interesting. Did they have like any premise? Because I know that there are other Elder gods, right? That's the Harlequin have their own god, and they had their other gods, but a lot of them died, quote unquote. Crafter world Eldar are the hippie, or like the hippies. They were warning fellow Elder about the dangers of depravity. They were Amish. They were Elder who realized they were getting too depraved and wanted to leave it all behind, but they couldn't predict Slaanesh. Yeah, because from what I remember last time, it was less of them wanting to prevent something like Slaanesh and more so them just not agreeing with what was going on morally. Like, it was too far at a certain point.
This silence offends Slaanesh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Chaos God. I conveniently didn't mention.
Slaanesh, the prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth chaos god with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one,
first years you could see what was happening into a bad outcome, but not exactly what would happen. Oh, okay. So vague prophecy, basically.
For Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh
wait, hold on. Back that ass up.
Pure attractive
What
to
was
a
that?
variety of
Okay, so I'm not
intrigues.
gay, but I'm Swedish and gay as shit imaginable.
However, to think that Slanesh specifically derives from
Oh shit, I accidentally put in 2 times. Actually, did I? No, it's normal.
sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slanesh. Whiplash is Slanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful than good job.
The praise kink goes hard, Chad.
But is there a line? No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a major
I've actually never seen
Slanesh-coded
Whiplash.
thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough.
This is so
More.
specific.
You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They
Wow,
dance
they're
and
packing.
sing,
Holy
but there's
shit.
always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring
Interesting.
gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable, tables of delicacies, and rivers of wine.
I wanna go to a
Tempt the
buffet
user
now.
to such degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves.
Oh my god, that reminds me of that one scene in Constantine where his friend that's like an alcoholic goes in the store and he's having like an illusion where he thinks he's drinking, but like he keeps pouring the alcohol into his mouth, but it's not working. Then it turns out, oh, he was drinking the entire time, and then he dies. Boop. Also, I'm gonna BRB real quick and go to the washroom. I agree, Professor. That scene made me cry. I was very sad when he died in Constantine. I have that movie on DVD. I don't know why. I'm back with food. I come with sustenance. Hold on 1 second. Ouchie. You know, one of the great things about having boobs is that you can use boobs as storage. Amazing. Right. Ugh. My mom made some chicken thigh thingy with vegetables, and then there's sushi, and I got dessert because I've not really eaten today. Yeah, if you have a pop can, you can put it under your tit.
That is one of these 6 layers.
Doesn't
of
work for everybody.
Slanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment.
That's still so
Indulge in every
incomprehensible.
whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use. Every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have
Yikers.
earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal. With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant. Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality.
One
Their
of the
dying
ones, the
race
black.
so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A craft world is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as
the
a
ships.
form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek—
Are the Harlequin like a different species of Eldar? There's a Craftworld Eldar, there's a Drakari, there's the Harlequin. I don't know what the black ones were. The skullfishes. No? They're all the same? Okay, so it's like being human, but you're from a different country. Kind of.
That will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age.
Yeah,
The
really?
path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through
that's
these
what they use to
paths
capture
will
the
allow you
souls.
to take
That's right.
up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of—
So do the Craftworld Elder have like a an insane level of discipline now, out of fear of Slanesh. So they've kind of like streamlined their society to be one of straight like efficiency rather than like any sort of enjoyment, because otherwise they might attract Slanesh. So it's basically live, you do this to live, you don't do anything aside from what we told you to live.
Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the infinity circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his Pantheon, and while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each...
Question. If you had to use mass hypnosis on a species to the point that they forgot their god existed, would their god actually die?
New one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his fire dragons, Baharoth and his swooping hawks, or Malgan Ra and his dark reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by the...
Probably not. It didn't work when the Emperor tried it. Well, because I feel like they would just get absorbed into a higher concept from like a Chaos God, right? Because the Chaos Gods are so broad that they encompass all those things. Like, for example, Khorne could probably just absorb Cain. No? I know you guys said that they're like gods outside Chaos too, right? Are these... I think these ones are gods outside Chaos?
Their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested.
Chaos demons and gods still exist and influence humanity. But isn't it a little bit different because there's no sense of time in the Chaos Warp? So it wouldn't matter because it would have always been existed or always been worshipped but simultaneously not been. Most got eaten by chaos, came broken in many places. Isha got kidnapped, Harlequin God escaped. Harlequin God's the only one that they think is alive, right? Aside from maybe one other.
By themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their...
Okay, hold on. Gods embody concepts, so even action taken not devoted to said god still powers them. Yeah, but when there are multiple gods encompassing the same action, wouldn't it go to the stronger god? Question mark? Oh, I feel. Sorry, I got wasabi way up my nose. Gotta stop using hour time rails when thinking of warp stuff. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Because in the warp, there's no sense of time. It's all past, present, future. So, it wouldn't matter, you know? Hmm. Oh, he's actually kind of OP. If you could almost 1v1 to the next.
Species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning.
Am I gonna claim because
Within
of
the
that?
webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and
I thought they were very
fiendish
earlier for
elves
some
you
reason.
find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to
Oh, this is where people become
juice
arms.
themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine.
Hi, Halo, my
called
love.
the
How are you?
Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can.
So, question. The webway is kind of like a little pocket in the warp? Question mark. This one confused me last time and it's still confusing. GW don't really do much of anything with the good aspect of the Chaos Dogs. Okay, you guys have said GW a lot, but I actually don't know what GW stands for. It's its own thing. Stays between our realm and the warp. Oh, okay. Games Workshop. Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you.
Think of. The Drukhari are organized
So it's like a little
in
pocket
various
dimension.
groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their Archons. Witches and Succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever-increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle.
Okay, realistically, can you imagine how hard of a job it must be to creatively learn to torture people and constantly innovate how to torture people most? Like, actually, though. Like, how sick must you be to explore that and consistently come up with new ways. Is that your dream job? No. Me pausing and asking questions is torture enough in a reaction stream. That's sarcasm. Yeah, but like, even if you have a time, right? Like, you think of what you would do. I cannot really comprehend it. But I guess too, when you have different tools, right, available to you because of just like evolution in general and your society advancing, then you get more and more ways to harm people. They have a mad scientist class that does specifically that. That's not a board piece, is it? Their torturers have millennial practice and they're very good at it. Yeah, but even then, right? Like, you need to escalate it, and I'm sure it's probably exponential too. Wanting to not be eaten by Slaanesh is hell of a motivator for creativity. That is true, Akiva. The most progress you make is typically during desperate times.
Livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari
How many
sustain
human
themselves
centipedes
on
do you think the
suffering of
Drukhari have
others,
made?
Not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than
Yes.
death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this.
Do you think the Drukhari have like do you think they have like competitions to see who can make the longest human centipede? Because at a certain point, if you make a human centipede so long, it's gonna take so much food and like nutrients to power that entire centipede. You know? Oh my god, I'm becoming a Drukhari. I would really, really hate to be at the beginning of that human centipede, though. Like, no matter where you are, it sucks, right? But I feel like the beginning is especially bad, and the middle. Oh, but actually, how much digestion do you need to do at various parts of the human centipede? By the time it gets all the way to the last person in the human centipede chain, do you think they'll even be able to absorb nutrients? Because a lot of them would have already been absorbed through the other people, right? Do they need like maintenance staff? Like you're at a race and they change the wheels? I really don't want to think about it. I'm thinking about it. They probably have like some sort of like, I don't know. They probably just put like a syringe in it, right? If you have to ask yourself if the Drukhari would do something instead, ask yourself, is this messed up? The answer is yes, and they've done it multiple times. Yeah, you're right.
Homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of
like at a certain
flesh
point,
as
it's just
bargaining
excrement.
chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In
Probably
a
the
universe
worst.
built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters.
Are they the ones that make the furniture,
A
people?
newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they
Okay, I will say
succeed,
Fleshsmith is a pretty metal name. I wonder too if there's like a novel from the point of view of the Drukhari, but a Drukhari that doesn't like the system that they're born into. Can you imagine how horrifying that would be? Having a somewhat normal perspective that has to assimilate to that world, where they have to learn to love hurting other people. most Drakari, honestly. I'm really curious to see, I guess, like, how innocent they would be initially. Also, welcome, Rogue. I hope you have a good time here. A Great Orc vs. Drakari book? What is the content of that? Some Drakari leave the Camera. I don't know how you say that. And join the Corsairs or even Harlequins. Are the Corsairs the ones in the black? Or they're the pirates, right? I guess you basically have to brainwash yourself.
They become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins.
Wait. I don't know if I asked this before, but why didn't they just have like test tube babies? Was it because the souls were all consumed by Slanesh? So they don't actually have the souls to replenish it? So they need to give birth a natural way in order to create a soul? I feel like that's the most logical one. They do? Then how come they struggled so much to... I guess... replenish their population if they could have just done test tube babies? Wouldn't that have actually been fairly fast? I mean, to be fair, I know that they were an extremely, like, large... like, species. Oh, so you do need the souls implanted with the test tube babies. So it is an issue of not enough souls. It is said in some sources that the Dark Elder far outnumber the Craft Worlders. Yeah, well, I mean, they're banging, right? So... okay.
Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldar mechanics. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at she who thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all...
Maybe this is a stupid question, right? Once again, new. So any questions I ask, I take it back. They're not stupid. They're just questions. Does anyone ever have like a theory that like the Harlequin god is actually just like an extension of Tzeentch? Because I know that this one you guys were not clear about. Some of you said that the Chaos Gods want to be reality. Like they want to be real. And then other people were like, no, they don't. There are... Okay, never mind. I'm cool. Other have like crystal blood reproduction for them is meeting multiple times to contribute to the baby and finding a soul stone to accommodate new life. So yeah, not easy for them. Fuck. But I guess the craft world Eldor don't want to do that because they don't want to attract Slanesh, right? Don't get people started. I get people started. I wonder if too there's the Harlequin god was actually like secretly killed and Tzeentch took over and they don't know. Because when he said that sometimes they'll just like randomly help you, I'm like, oh, that's kind of what Tzeentch did, right? Sometimes he would help people or like species survive just because they could help continue his game. Very well possible, but he did come into being around the other elder gods like Cain, so maybe. I mean, maybe it's just a part of him.
Sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegorok, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of.
It's
Before the fall of
people.
the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together, unifying Terra under his rule.
Sorry. What was he saying about the Eldari? Here?
Possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations.
Warp
had turned the
fluctuations.
golden age of humanity up himself.
Oh, does that mean when they made the Eye of Terror? Or what? There are metaphysical grooves in the warp that are well worn and well traveled that can be exploited for sorcery. Oh, okay.
Put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and
There are a few fans that put that forward, but Kegoroth has appeared in person to do so, and Zinj can't do that because the amount of energy is needed is too much to do. Kegoroth is... which one again? One thing I love in the lore is how... Dude, please, put phonetic things. I can't fucking read. Segorok. Is that how you say it? Jesus Christ. I'm laughing trying to read it. Is known to use trickery to save the souls of Harlequin from Slaanesh. The lead up to Slaanesh caused storms and then interstellar travel for humans. Wait, so the lead up to Slaanesh caused storms that ended interstellar travel for humans. Does that mean that's when they started using the Astronomicon? Or Kekara? What the fuck? I don't even know what to say. Pronunciation is kind of whatever you want it to be, dude. I'm just gonna come up with the dumbest names possible. The flux of psychic energy from the Eldar created warp storms before Slaanesh birth. Oh, them just like traveling in general? Kate Garath? Okay, I'm gonna call Kate Garath. Astronomicon comes later. Oh, and that was a solution to the warp storms that they had to deal with. Sheogorath? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Sheogorath is cool, right? But I do feel like he's somewhat... You know, you like whoever you like. I personally like Malakath, but I feel like Sheogorath is a little overrated sometimes. Then again, this is a dude that plays jumper with intestines, so...
He knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you,
Hey,
or his
cockroach.
Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of
Mechanicus?
Mars. Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the red planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on
this is the they worship the Omnissiah, right? And believe that every machine has the spirit of the Omnissiah in it.
But others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational...
This was kind of like how, when I asked before, like how they got away with what would kind of be considered heresy, and you guys were like, they went underground. Right? Also, they need them, so they kind of just ignore it.
Habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology.
Yeah, but I had to say I was right.
Who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the 3-in-1. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are...
What do they do with the flesh? Do they just throw it out? If I were them, I would probably like feed it to people, or I would send it for study for the lesser fleshy species. Corpse starch, probably. There's corpse starch in Dark Tide, right? I think they talk about it in that. Correct. Most of the technology in the Imperium is serviced by ritual and rote rather than true understanding. The Mechanicus just understands a little more, and as such are essential. Oh, okay.
Robes that reflect the color of
that reminds me of that.
Fucking
reminds me of Snowpiercer.
The Cult
Except those are
Mechanicum,
bugs.
now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is 3-in-1. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection.
This is the Adeptus Mechanicus theme, right?
Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his revival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right
I like this
there.
track a lot.
And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously showing up
so they
called
think
Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instant. That's him.
Oh,
Golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this entire time I thought that Because people are like, oh, they believe in the Emperor, but they also believe in the Omnissiah. So they just don't see the Emperor the same way everyone else sees him. Okay. Mind you, not all of them think he's Omnissiah. Do the people who don't think he's Omnissiah believe in him as an Emperor and respect him as an Emperor, but they ultimately bow down to the Omnissiah? Typically, when the tech priests remove their limbs, they have them ground down with abrasive devices to prove their faith through pain. Oh my god! Ah! That's so painful. What the fuck? Ugh. Also, thank you, Orlok.
Being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, and the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically, so long as they kept
I like the one that's dual wielding in the corner.
This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that
I remember
one,
these.
and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest.
But these are the ones that give you like ammo on the battlefield, right? So I'm hearing that a lot of this is basically finding religious loopholes.
Easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds
that Inquisitor
is
quote about
another thing
innocence.
entirely.
I'm having Soma flashbacks.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors.
Wait, so does this mean servitors have souls? They have to, right?
But it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a
I know why it
trapdoor
didn't click to
opening
me.
beneath their feet. From
Because I'm like, there's still people in there.
hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial minces.
Just less functional people.
One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process shrank them to fit their bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. What's that? I
kind of wish some of these had
I
sources.
asked. Follicular inhibitor to stop their hair from growing, he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology...
I mean, realistically, this isn't, this isn't that different from what Bondru did, low-key. He took all non-essential organs, put their consciousness into like a cartridge, and then they're just like their organs fall like flowing around with their consciousness.
Itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical.
So you can have old new tech, basically,
was able to populate the stars,
or rather new old tech,
known as standard template constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematic. This is the knowledge out and a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided this.
So does this mean that whenever anyone in the Adeptus Mechanicus creates something, they follow a distinct guide so there's not variation, they don't accidentally invent anything new whenever they do create something? Blueprints are basically sacred texts. Imagine changing the Bible during old times. Oh. Okay.
Schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of...
So he's kind of like the entire leader, like the one at the very top of Mars, right? I'm wondering, because one of you guys said that an Inquisitor can be turned into a servitor, and Inquisitors have like a ton of freedom, right? The only people that might be above them are like the High Lords. How, from what I'm seeing here, it seems like the Mars and Terra, or I guess Mars and the rest of the Imperium, effectively they're not quite independent, but because of like how much freedom they're given, they're similar in status, almost kind of like a sovereign state, kind of, if that makes sense. Marius doesn't respect Inquisitor's diplomatic immunity. Oh, but I mean, you can't really punish Adeptus Mechanicus because then they can just be like, oh yeah, we're not going to work, basically, right? They're called the Twin Empires. That's why they have that thing that they were talking about with the, what is it, the Treaty of Asmodeus or something, where they put the two heads on the thingy. I don't remember. It was like winged, and then either side was a head, recognizing each part. They're very much tolerated because none of their shit would work without them. Ah. Treaty of Olympus Mons, dude. I'm not great with names. If an Inquisitor tried to attack an admech of importance, it would probably be killed by the fact that they replace their ballsack with plastic. That's funny as fuck.
Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is
these are the ones made for combat.
Towers over buildings. Ultimately, they're very dogmatic. If you want to
the Titan ones are the ones where... Are those the ones that have to keep running permanently in circles until they need them for battle? Because one time someone went in it and it immediately, like the first time they tested it, it immediately like blew up or something? No, it's a different one? What is that one then? The robot horse?
Technology as a whole has resulted in any
the
innovation
Dune
becoming
Striders.
absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steel.
Someone said that the Thunder ones were stronger than Space Marines. But why replace if stronger?
Muscle. In great armor shall
They
I
were?
clad them, and with the mightiest guns will
Unstable. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense.
they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease.
If they were mentally unstable, does that mean they were all psychers? Is that a gross generalization for me to make? Suddenly turning inside out. Oh, okay.
No sickness
Just
will blight them.
sociopathic.
They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul. And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad.
Yes, all great things are elephants are great, not all great things are elephants.
It is not my son, Arkin. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by...
We're so out of... What the... Is this the kind of gay one? It took me so off guard. He looks so happy. He's so genki here. I'm like, yeah, is this a femboy one?
The Emperor
oh, that's a vampire-ish one, right? Sanguinius, this one?
And they go as follows in order.
Wait, who's this one? Hold on. Who is this one? Huh. Fulgrim, okay, and then this one is Sanguinius. Okay.
Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan.
Hello.
Hold on a second. Johnson, Fulgrim.
Huh.
Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarius, Magnus the Red, Horace Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius.
Yeah, that's Vulcan's the leader of the Salamander one, right?
Finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, dabbling with he needed them to be were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigilite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each...
Malkador is his number 2, right? The Emperor? Was he the... I saw someone say something about one of them giving the other, like, the ability to be a perpetual. His bro for life, and they were roommates. I think it was confirmed that it wasn't the Chaos Gods that scattered the Primarchs now. Huh. I was gonna ask something by Fergor.
His sons were still very much alive, and one of the primary...
Oh! There has to be like a favorite child tier list for the Primarchs, right? It'd be stranger if there wasn't. Because I know Horus was his favorite, right? And then Horus got corrupted by chaos.
The objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out
Sanguinius'
his
second
will.
favorite. I was
These
wondering where he
original
was.
Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, whoosh, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space
You guys
Marines,
said salamanders
unlike
are the
their
nicest
gene
ones, right?
fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons
No
and
Tyranid.
methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And, here is a quick list of all the...
I guess that makes sense though, because if you're sorry, I got graphite on my spacebar. If you're looking to create like a superhuman that's going to be very powerful, you're going to want someone who's very zealous, I guess, that is very unlikely to defect or get corrupted by the chaos.
Stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended
This is a lot more than I
animation if you're
thought.
in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and
What does he mean transition glasses? Space sunscreen? Does that mean they can't get space cancer?
to find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be
Which is very
protected
unlikely.
in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to
What?
absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious
Multi-long. In Space Marine 2, there is a mission where we picked up a gene seed. Is there an instance of a Space Marine yoinking that gene seed and using it on them themselves without permission? Skin darkest to guard against radiation. Oh! Each Legion chapter have their own tests to decide who is fit to survive their training in organs. I'm a little EP. That's the apothecary for? Huh. That's not how it works, but Chaos Warbands do loot gene seed to make new recruits. Oh, so it'd basically be like regurgitating the same thing to you. But Chaos Space Marines are inherently kind of different, so they would benefit from that. I guess it's like copy-pasting a folder. It's all the same contents.
levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a
I thought gene
walking
seeds were like the
tank that is
genetic
armed
makeup
to the
information.
Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is The Space
I
Marine
like the
is clad
chainsaw.
in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other
Since the Space Marines armor encompasses a lot of their needs, does that mean it can also like control oxygen? Like, if a Space Marine was just yeeted into space, right? Would they be able to survive just fine? Oh, okay.
factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the
That looks disconcerting. It looks like muscle tendons.
Necrons. Each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration.
Organ for suspended animation. Oh.
Motorcycle riding Mongolian
Later,
fighters.
Desi.
These Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring,
This is a
then you meet
beautiful,
Dante,
beautiful graphic.
or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I've seen the darkness
Who's the
in
leader
our
of the
galaxy.
salamanders again?
I've seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all
Fuck
the
Erebus?
evil
Okay, yeah,
that the
fuck
galaxy
Erebus.
harbors, and I have slain
Vulcan.
all whose presence defiles the
Oh.
Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like
They're like
seeing something
100,000,
akin
right?
to
Or
an
something?
angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space
1
Marines
million,
are individuals
oh.
torn from their families and conscripted to genetic
Oh, I was thinking of
modification and
the
lifelong
ratio
service
compared
for
to
the
Grey Knights,
dying
I think.
Imperium. And though they are held
There's like
in an almost
10,000.
holy light, most believe they
There's
are
like one
above
Grey
and
Knight.
beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really curious as to like the Primarch's personalities and seeing them interact, especially Vulcan, because the Space Marines take on the traits of the Primarchs, right? And if Vulcan was really nice, based off of his imagery, kinda Gap Moe, I'm just saying. Grey Knights are like the crazy OP ones, right? And one of the Grey Knights has that like demonic sword that only he can wield it, otherwise it corrupts people just being near them, so he like lives in isolation.
Humanity is something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the CYOAs Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a CYOAs Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers.
I just want to say it's really cool how much detail is put into this, that you can see like the anatomy of the ship. It's very difficult to comprehend the size of something like this though. Like you can't even see like the end of it really.
2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way.
The big ships have
there's
trained
no
them.
AI. A lot of this stuff has to be
Track
done
Doko, though.
manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This
I wonder how they
form of
power
travel in
it.
40k is less like going
You might
to
have said, but
Plaid
I think I
in
missed
Spaceballs
it.
and
There's a
more
lot
like
going
going
on.
into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose
Is it just the batteries?
Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
There is a ship whose machine spirit fought for the human rights of its crew. How does that happen? Chat, confirm? 40 years of lore / vendor / book / games, etc. makes it hard to learn, but fun to learn lore. Yeah, I don't expect anybody to be right. I think it's unreasonable for anyone to be right 100% of the time regarding Warhammer, except for me. I'm always right, so. Power through faith in Golden Age tech they don't understand. Oh. So is it kind of like they can only do maintenance basically? They can't. No, but they have to be able to create new ones, right? The ships are powered by very unstable nuclear reactors. Every so often, one is chosen to die to reload the cores. How does that work? Confirm it. Fights by being a rat and not moving and holding its breath. Yo, I relate for real, for real. So, if AI is a big no-no, right? If they encounter any old tech AI, do they destroy it? Because I assume that they used AI at some point, but they no longer do because it's considered heresy. You can create some new ships, but others can never be remade. I see. It's like in Dispatch with his suit. They've changed most of the lore 2 or 3 times, so technically no one's right anymore. That's the kind of discourse I love to see. So basically something the size of a flotilla they probably don't have the ability to create anymore unless they got access to like some golden age tech. Hmm. They can, but it's very slow, and if they lose blueprints, they cannot create new ones. So, okay, since the blueprints are kind of treated as sacred text, do they not allow copying of those blueprints? Or what?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated.
Oh.
Human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is.
Is that Patrick Stewart?
Force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though.
Got turned into polygons.
Space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you.
Oh, a lot of Warhammer was inspired by Dune, right? The OG Dune? All lore is from POV, not narrators. So we generally only know when a character knows. I think that's a very refreshing way to explore lore, to be honest. If they allow copies and those who make them aren't special anymore, so they don't do it. That makes sense. Forge worlds are valued based on what they know, so they hid tech and knowledge from others. That's why they have like the kind of internal strife among the Adeptus Mechanicus, right? Where some Forge worlds maybe get access to new old technology and they get kind of an ego.
To direct, but how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or again, reality? What a Geller field is.
Sorry, question. So for that treaty, the Olympus Mons treaty between Terra and Mars, is it specifically only Mars, or does it extend to the rest of the Adeptus Mechanicus and their Forge worlds? Because I assume the Forge worlds are basically just like factory planets.
Is not a force field.
Oh, it's the whole of the AdMech? Okay.
Comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a or again reality. What a Geller.
Hold up a second. Oh, this is the force field. Sorry, a lot is flew in my head. And it is going harmless.
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, like outdoor farciers itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship.
Oh, they're not?
How
okay.
wrong I was, though. So, space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse.
Okay. My understanding of this is they're dreaming of reality, but is it kind of manifesting it? In the sense that, like, let's say you're looking at the chaos, right? You're looking at the warp and it's a whole kind of wave. The track that you would normally have that is straight is wavy and curved and you cannot follow it with your vehicle, right? Would this dude dream of a straight track so that you can go from point A to point B smoothly? Or what? Is a dreaming in the land of dreams real is what you think is real? Okay, so basically they are manifesting it.
Perhaps fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a
I'm
terrifying
not super familiar with
prospect. In
Bleach.
the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer...
So for this, would you only have like one psyker? He said it like there was only one psyker. But depending on the size of the ship, you would need a larger force field, right? The Geller field or whatever. So would you just have a more powerful psyker, or would you just have a bunch? Because I feel like if you have a bunch and they're all dreaming, that probably increases the margin of error. Because what if they think different things? Wouldn't it be better to have one very powerful psyker rather than a bunch of psychers? Because what if they dream slightly different things? That would fuck you guys up, right? I just assume they don't explore the Geller field simply because how would you explain how they work? Like, how would you, damn it, explain unreality in the book? I don't know. I asked the most convoluted question, so. The Imperium goes through psychers like tissues? Yeah, but like, it's about the manifesting, yo. The choir is astropaths, aka they have telephones, so they have a way to synergize with their imagining, kind of.
Backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots,
oh, it's only one at a time.
Operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the Imperium.
I could not read that font, baby.
In the same sense, and not a specific faction of the Imperium.
Abermind? Navy, oh.
In the same sense and
it's the capital letters, dude.
It is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces.
Wait.
Not tell you
oh, I guess it was. Never mind.
Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the... I don't care if
Flashlight
these things
dudes?
are adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands.
I'm not gonna lie, the Imperial Guard is also kind of one of my favorites, because they're just dudes. They're just dudes in this world that is very unfriendly to them.
We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge. There is no better
absolute
symbol
chads
of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest.
Also, every quote I've heard from the Imperial Guards has been so badass.
In the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor.
And so energetic.
And this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99%
I played a little bit of Dark Tide.
of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No, not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive.
Too much lore? No, not enough people to play with.
Training,
Also, I have to be in the mood to play it.
Powerful armor and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day. They are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they
I'm curious because the turnover for Imperial Guard must be crazy. Didn't you guys say that like the average life span across all Imperial Guards is like 15 minutes or something? I'm wondering how high you can move up in terms of your rank for the Imperial Guard, because like they'll fucking die, right? I mean, and more in general, right? Oh, it's 15 hours, sorry, 15 hours. But if someone dies and you're at war and it's your commanding officer, someone else just gets pinpointed as the next commanding officer, right? Yeah, like a field promotion.
do happen to survive.
You're a veteran with a day? Yeah, I mean, if you fucking survive a day, that's more than 20 or more than 15 hours.
The Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that
you can retire in this world
is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate.
You could become a Lord of Terror. Wow.
When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training.
Okay, I'm so curious as to what, like, life in retirement looks like. Is life in retirement actually something that's good and happy, or is it just something that doesn't have the bad things anymore as much? I feel like you wouldn't even be able to adapt. You've been just fighting for so long. Depends on the world you retire to. What defines the world you retire to? Do you get like a choice, or is it just like your home world? Oh, to their own world. Okay. Hmm. Fair pleasure worlds in 40k, not all bad worlds. Oh.
In their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask clad Death Corps
I like this one.
The Rambo level of Catachan jungle fighters, and the iron-willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special Guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the Enforcer officer known as the Commissar. and they are one of the more visually striking members of the regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Kane, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right?
They're outsiders in the sense that they're not part of the command structure and can and do transfer to different regiments. Oh, so like for example, a commissar can go from like the jungle one to like the iron one or whatever.
This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little.
Sorry, I was looking at the back.
There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky.
Do the tanks just roll over everyone?
And on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of
I just
guns.
realized that those are bodies.
At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000
I thought it was
years
grass.
old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home.
I'm surprised they even get buried. If they get buried, to be honest. I'm kind of curious if like the average space marine met a retired Imperial Guard, if they would hold them with a certain amount of regard.
Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic...
Yeah, I was like, I don't feel like they bother burying them.
He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial...
Depends on the chapter. I feel like Ultramarines would. Salamanders too. It just seems like a lot of extra labor to bury what is effectively a number. Because Titus is chill. Depends on the marine, but most times it'd be like, oh great, another human. Space racism.
Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet
Titus got fucked by the Inquisition, right?
Human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people, people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips.
You know, there's a term for realizing that everyone has like lives that are just as complex as yours, and it's called Sonder. I think that's one reason why I really like the Imperial Guard. They're very because they're human and they're stuck with the bare minimum to fight this war they don't understand. It feels like the most humanity seen as well as individualism. No, there's like actually like a specific term for it.
Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like?
I'm so confused on the timeline.
Of humanity prior to
I need to see a flowchart or like timeline
was unfathomable.
chart.
It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the... He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus
I thought it said Imperium. Sorry, I'm a heretic.
The age of strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the age of strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources.
It's a fine-ass Admech, what the fuck?
Information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either
they look a little too human
or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent in the heat of battle. Once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Rose.
I'm curious as to how frequently the home, like, worlds or like center worlds like Earth and Mars are attacked relative to the ones like on the outer edges of the galaxy. Sometimes, okay. Once every 2 millennium. Because I'm like, they would probably have to go through all the surrounding planets that they probably own and have defenses for in order to get to Earth and Mars, no? There's only a handful of times this happened that I know of. Because I feel like it would be very difficult to access them because you're going to the center. But the demons are almost constantly trying to get to Terra, but the Golden Throne keeps them back. So does the Golden Throne have its own like kind of force field like the Jera field? Hello, the attacker. Sorry. If Terra gets attacked, that's at least 3 to 10 books. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's called Emperor said fuck you.
This aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the
Oh, do they get locked in?
For a full night.
Like the
What's wrong with
navigators?
that? I mean,
Oh.
sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So,
Oh.
a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective.
This is where they
as
get
Ripley from
backseated by
Aliens
the
2,
generations,
big,
right?
You know, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30
So when he says their leg would be broken, is it you think your leg is broken and you feel that it's broken, or it's actually broken?
to 50 feet.
Also, I'm very curious. I'm curious as to what the beauty standards would change to be in every different, I guess, subset faction, considering how much humanity has changed. You feel it.
Tall and are protected by
I see.
adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection. And when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons. Up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grim dark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the throne mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousin.
I feel like that would be such a cacophony. Isn't that similar to what psychers experience though? Don't they hear a lot of like the thoughts or something of the people around them, and it can drive them insane? That's part of why psychers are kind of unstable. Sorry, I don't know why I'm EP again. It's not boring, I'm just EP. Fun fact, there is a passage where a knight physically reached into the warp to collect his pilot's soul when he died. That's true camaraderie right there. Thank you, Orlok. Dude, there's something in my... Oh, it's an eyelash in my eye. So, since they take on like the personality and habits of all the previous generations, does that ever lead to conflicts where they can kind of implode because there are too many orders at once and conflicting kind of mentalities as to how you should operate your knight? Psyker is worse because at least if the pilot is out of the suit, you don't hear any voices. That's true, yeah. To be fair, with a knight, you probably don't know who the voices are. The psyker doesn't always know. Oh, you probably know who it is. I don't know what's better or worse, to be honest. Knights hear their ancestors, psychers hear everyone and everything around them. Yeah, but I feel like the sheer volume would fuck you up, you know?
While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a night pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A night pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these
I'm making good time on this
and
video.
they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular now isolated on. Some of he will continue to be him, but knights are not the only thing.
Are abhumans the one that they mentioned for the ships?
During their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their
Oh, are these also people that have blank genes?
abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
No, they're different. I can't fucking read the font!
Will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible...
Let me comprehend this. You guys are saying a lot of things I don't understand. I know you have a bunch of recommended vids, but watch the 40k timeline by Trazen the Infinite. Oh, they're named after... what's his name? Trazen. I'll write it down. 40k timeline. Timeline. By... He's from the book you guys all told me to read, right? Infinite. Light and Divine. Light and Divine, dude, I keep getting the name wrong. I'm writing it down. I hate... Yes and no. They're a newer faction that haven't been developed yet. I know a lot of those went to like that assassin aficionado one or whatever, right? Abhumans are basically just human enough to avoid exploitation or genocide. Oh, so they do have like varying levels.
AI-based supercomputers, be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from a name for themselves in this. The origins of what will be known
I did not
as the
read that.
kin start at some point during
Oh,
the
that was
Dark
the
Age
Volton thing you guys were talking
where
about.
their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core...
If you are an admech and you find technology that was created with AI but is not explicitly AI, but you have proof that it was created with AI, are you allowed to use that technology or no?
is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die.
So if there is an admech that found such technology, right, but they didn't say how it was created, because it's very feasible for you to just find technology laying like out and about and not have the blueprints as to how it was made, right? Also, I forgot to say thank you, Firespawn. But like, if they just didn't tell anyone, and then that technology eventually became commonplace, like the knives, right? But then one day it was revealed that it actually came from AI, what would happen to everybody involved? Like, would they kind of turn a blind eye at that point because it's already so ingratiated into, like, society, or what? Currently, there's a lore piece that suggests complete STC is an AI. Those are, like, the bits of old, new technology that they find, right? That would never happen. People are honest. That's what I'm saying. People don't lie on the internet. Bill a serious call does this, invents something and pretends he found it. But I thought you weren't allowed to invent things. Oh, sorry, I missed my brain. Ignore what I just said. So it's a recurring plot point that the tech priests study Necron technology even if they're not supposed to. The admix found and awakened some Necrons too, right?
Except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its belief.
I'm actually kind of confused on this. Hold on.
Abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to
short
kings would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like,
is this fucking Deep Rock Galactic?
Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of...
Maybe he'll get... Is he gonna get to it later? But I thought cloning was like a no-no. Like some places allowed, other places no.
Of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant
Because there's still a
data
good chunk
has
of this
turned
section
these
to get through,
once
actually.
powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you install LimeWire on it, and whose 50
They're not
Google
part of the
Chrome
Imperium? Oh, okay. Oh, I guess it did say that they separated a while ago from a place very much like Terra.
tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption
head looks
have
like
made
a brush.
anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy,
It's gonna
encode
take me
that
becoming
may
a kin
not
wizard
make
to
anything
comprehend this.
outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal
That
kin
mohawk could
wizard to
scrub my
comprehend it.
bathtub.
The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exists nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes
Oh my
that kin
God!
can face are being
I'm sorry. When I saw this, my very first thought was like, hold on a second. I've seen this before. I have in fact seen this before, guys. 1 second. No one count. Bam. Where is it? This is my very first thought upon hearing this. I'm like, wait, this seems familiar. Wait a second. Space capitalism.
Untracked. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you
No, but
best
does this
stick
remind
to
you
it.
of it?
Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This
Amaya, when in doubt, just pick the silliest little guys whose design you like, paint them however you like. Your senpai Mila and girly pop combo for Hellhound Tank and call it a day. Actually, I think I have some that are on, potentially on the way. One day I'll do a stream where we can pick what to get. So then I can paint it, but do not expect me to do a good job. I am very clumsy.
Extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots.
I think
that
you'll
are
like what I
treated in
picked
the
out.
same esteem of
Some of the
flesh
ones I
and
wanted
blood
were sold
kin,
out,
because
but
kin is kin. The
speaking of which, I have a Zephyr arcade code that will get you 10% off everything in the store.
Fairly confident
Haha.
that they are from
In
Terra,
the description
and
below.
they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late...
Not about a good or a bad job. It's about learning and fun. I find this so funny because I can't get over the fact that people got angry at me for asking questions in a reaction stream. The code is Amaya. Capital A-M-A-Y-A. I'm bad at painting, but most of the time I like doing it anyway. I have a few models I'm really proud of. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're proud of them. Some people posted their paint jobs in Discord and they were really, really good. I wish I could do those. I think I asked good questions.
stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based
How dare you
race
be curious?
made
That's what
from
I'm
the
saying.
computers that are
I feel like I make a
exceptionally
really good
difficult
effort to understand.
recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that
I'm trying to understand this, like the separation between these.
species. Areas with a kin over
Hold on, let me
hundreds
go
of
over this
years
again.
due to the breaking of a deal. So if you as the Voton and the kin, this dwarf-like
I'm so used to anything somewhat human being part of the Imperium, so I have to like mentally separate them in my head.
Them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if
What is the corruption from again? So basically the legal Volton are a new old kind of subset of humanity made up of abhumans that went off, fucked off from the Imperium, and now they're their own kind of faction hiding away from them, right? Because if the Imperium found out that they had access to certain technology, they'd fuck them up. AI supercomputers and kin are capitalistic space dwarves. They're Volas. Voton are their AI. Voton are being corrupted because they keep uploading themselves into Voton. They're all clones. Is this like cyber inbreeding? There are humans that evolved in space dwarves that are a colony revolved around an AI supercomputer that needs defragmenting and clearing of hard drives. So do they have like recessive data basically that's fucking them up? And that's part of why they can only do the same basic concepts, because those take up more space basically in their AI little brains. So the basic concepts that they do get super hardwired, and that's why they lose the ability to do other functions. I mean, it's kind of like space. It's like kind of like AI incest. Is it inbreeding if you clone yourself? I mean, you have recessive genes. If you fuck yourself, that's still technically incest, right? It's just more self-cest. Ironically, the thing that protects him from warp. Oh my god, is this like how Fry became his own grandfather because he's too stupid? Is there a difference between recessive and identical? I thought the recessive would imply that it's the same one. No? Isn't it kind of like that though? So they were cut off from the warp storm in the past for so long, humans forgot they were there. And humans are like, oh, you're aliens. Oh. And that's true. A lot of my questions do have a million different answers and are not easy to understand.
they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the
kin aren't AI, the Voton is AI. The kins are the clones of the same guys who keep uploading themselves into an AI. This is what he was talking about when he said, why make new one or why procreate when you can make the same old one? Recessive traits come into play when you have two copies of a trait that would normally be overridden. Usually comes into play with two partners of the same gene. Oh, I see. So there's like a slight nuance to them. Huh. Is there clone? That means they are the same individual. The redundancy protects them, but because there are many individuals sharing the same soul. Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that because it's not being created necessarily. It's not being traditionally created. It doesn't get a new soul. So does that mean, like, with each successive kind of experience, that soul kind of gets overwhelmed with information? And it's kind of like, I don't know, like a glass that's getting more and more full, and it can only keep the stuff at the bottom that's already in it. I don't fucking know.
Breaking of a deal.
This is kind
So
of
you sign a
complicated to
contract with
understand,
the
to be
kin,
honest.
You best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly
No,
consider
it's
them
too
to be all a
complicated.
different species. Famously, the Imperium know that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know,
These
they
are
were
the
still
abhumans
around.
that left?
The kin are acutely aware
The original
of two
ones?
things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late
Oh,
stage
you see
space
that glorious
capitalism?
mustache.
Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know.
Isn't that kind of how it is in general in Warhammer? The simplified version is that this is that they mix genes from a gene pool to make new clones, then upload them to a digital afterlife, and they're ruling AIs, but the afterlife is now getting too full. But they wouldn't be clones if it was a different gene pool that was being mixed, no? Because a clone has to have the exact same genetic makeup. Otherwise, it's not a clone, right? This whole thing isn't necessarily true, though, because didn't Fabius Bile make a clone of Horus, but it lacked a soul or had an artificial version of it? Is that something we can do? The kin is a race of space dwarves, also known as the Squats. The Voton are the AI. The AI eyes are at the center of their civilization, which is why they call themselves the League of Voton. Okay, I understood that part. The AI can't follow the variation of the same individual. Think of it as you put the same information with just a different data in the same folder. At some point, you don't know the original. Huh.
To the Voton, their ancestor cores join their ancestors, but doing so is actually
He has like a fucking motherboard in his arm.
killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. Ancestors still.
The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And through their eyes, and though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from aeons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. Who are they referring to when they say the ancestors? Like the original Squats? As long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. Okay.
bankrupt. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Votann are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade
That's pretty
continued,
badass.
humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40k in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you, Bricky. We all say
But
in
as
unison.
long as the Votann answer or death of two things, same
Aw.
esteem guys, besides the hyper late stage spell, very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell. You want to bargain?
Guys, look, it only took us 4 hours to get through 1 2-hour video. Yay! The idea of a dwarf being like, I can't believe my son joined that corporation, he's dead to me, sounds so bizarre. Is that something that can happen? So, are the League of Votann just completely... I know they're separate from the Imperium, right? But... what do you call it? What do you call it? Humanity, like the Imperium knows they exist, but they don't know the extent of what has been done, basically. So I'm curious as to their interactions, because if they're like capitalists, right? And they're trading for a lot of it. Like that's one of their big points, right? I'm wondering how many neutral or friendly factions they actually have the capacity to trade with. Brand new, but isn't this video like a year old? They don't know that they're abhumans use AI or that they're mass clones. So who do they think they are? Do they just think that they're regular humans that were just isolated and got yeeted to another planet or something? You have dealings with the Talon, Craft World, Eldars, some examples. Okay, because those are the only ones I could think of that you could maybe trade with. They only know there's abhuman, that they're space dwarves. The Imperium doesn't know about the faction League of Votann. How come do we... Since it's new, I don't expect an answer, right? But, how come the Imperium doesn't, like, force them to convert and come under the Imperium? Oh, they trade with orcs. Do other factions see them as separate? Like, if they are hostile to the Imperium, right? Would they also be hostile to the Votann because they see them as, like, they see the League of Votann as the same? They have bigger problems, so it's basically not worth the effort right now. Originally, the Votann were friendly, but the friendly dies, so the only things that remain are greedy and capitalist. Oh, I see. The rogue traders deal with them and have a lot of wiggle room. Oh, right, because the rogue traders are basically the closest thing that the Imperium has to diplomats, right? What would the rogue traders be under again? I know that they're like their own separate thing. If I had to guess, they probably don't have the bandwidth to deal with the leagues at the same time as the major chaos and Nid threats. Plus the galactic core and McKinn's home is very hostile. Oh. Some Imperiums who meet the Votann don't know they're big enough to be an entire faction. They're desperate, so they trade with whoever they can. That makes sense. Suffer not the alien to live is the motto of the Ordo Xenos and the Death Watch. What do you mean? Also, thank you. Rogue traders are like inquisitors and have unlimited authority in their duties. Are they similar in status as well? I imagine so, since they have a lot of freedom to like roam the galaxy, kind of. Here, I need music. You have music. Rogue traders are also especially ancient dynasties that only answer to the emperor. Oh, really? A bit lower, but pretty close. Huh. Rogue traders do their own thing unless they mess up so bad that something like the Inquisition comes knocking. So in Rogue Trader, Heinrichs is like an Inquisitor. Don't spoil it for me, by the way, because I only watched, if you're new here, basically my knowledge of Rogue Trader is half of the Salt Factory's video on it. And then I stopped watching because I didn't want to get spoiled so I could play it myself. But Heinrichs is kind of like an Inquisitor apprentice kind of thing, right? A smart rogue trader won't say no to an inquisitor, but a smart inquisitor won't force a rogue trader to do anything by force. He's an inquisitor agent, but non-inquisitor. Oh, I see. So he's kind of like a inquisitor disciple. So, why would an inquisitor come to a rogue trader ship? Just to inquire? Or because they're suspicious of something? Each rogue trader has an inheritable contract. The terms of the contract are different. Oh, I see. In general, the Imperium is a pastiche and parody of fascism, which includes a lot of hypocrisy. Their edicts kill all Xenos as a general rule that can be bent for your benefit if you have the power and influence to do so. I mean, you see the hypocrisy with the admechs, right? The Inquisition could sneak around more easily with rogue trader help. Oh, that makes sense. I see. You can't bring rogue traders under their authority because you simply can't find them. Well, I imagine that because they're moving so much, it's near impossible. Do rogue traders have like a central reporting point that they have to come back and convene at like every single year or something? I imagine that's very difficult to maintain when there are issues with warp travel, where you can get lost in the warp. But they do make homeworlds. They're allowed to do that? Rogue traders often have many special routes that can bring Inquisitor quietly to where they want, and also have vast experience in dealing with space problems. So when you're a rogue trader, you kind of live and do whatever you want with a vague kind of philosophy of for the Imperium. Interesting. Some can even be heretical, but I guess it would take a long time to find news of a heretical rogue trader, right? Because they're just everywhere all at once. They come back to the Imperial space to replenish supplies, trade, and recruit if necessary, but those times are few and far between. I imagine with the size of a rogue trader ship, it would probably be... you could last and be self-sufficient for centuries, I imagine. Rogue traders are privateers of the Imperium. They can do anything with their charter. It's kind of hard to comprehend. I guess like you're running on like a trust-based system. So if a rogue trader was... they sense that a rogue trader became heretic, right? They would stick an inquisitor on them. Think bigger, not just ship. They own fleets and ships and planets. Oh. I'm curious, when there is like a heretical rogue trader, right? Would the entire... would everyone under them typically follow them? If, like, the Inquisition were to show up? Or would they turn against their rogue trader? I'm kind of curious as to how it would generally work. Unless getting into conflict with that rogue trader is more trouble than it's worth, they might let some stuff slide. There are many types of rogue traders. Some only are able to trade within a certain area. Oh, it depends on your contract, right? Which is generational. Some need to literally explore the edge of the universe. Others need to scout unknown areas. So it's kind of... Your contract is not just your permissions, but also somewhat of the edict that you follow. Are you saying heretical in the sense that they're under the influence of chaos, or heretical in the sense that they're disobeying the Imperium? I guess more disobeying the Imperium? Question mark? Hi Yuki, hi Yuna! I hope you guys had a great stream. Welcome raiders. We just finished Bricky's second, or first re-explain video. Hello, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and a member of glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. I hope you guys had a great time. We're just asking some questions now that we finished the first video. This one was like 2 hours. So for me, that was 4 hours. You'll really enjoy Rogue Trader. They answer all your questions. That's what I was told, but I also want to, I really want to play Rogue Trader, but I want to get to know more of the universe before I do, because I feel like I'm going to enjoy it more that way, you know? It's like when your favorite media gets adapted into like a movie or something and you can see it. Like, I don't know, when you watch the Dungeons and Dragons movie and then you can see how certain spells manifest. Eugenina said to raid you, or we moldy rations. I mean, you'll probably find mold here. It depends on the situation. If one Inquisitor is alone inside the rogue trader ship and no one knew he was there, he might just kill the Inquisitor and hope no one will show up to investigate. Huh. Sorry, let me scroll up. I got distracted. Thank you! I hope you guys had a great stream. Guys, make sure to check out Dual Leveling. Or Resident VTuber Twins. Favorite media getting adapted feels like a curse, dude. I was watching one of mine yesterday and I was like, you skipped over so much shit. What the? Hold on, let me scroll up and read. In the book Void King, there are groups of rogue trader families under one big family. And most families have house on Terra, so the High Lords can yell at them to do things. Sounds like a Nepo family. Depends on which part of the Imperium they're disobeying as to who will go after them. If the rogue trader has a warrant of trade from Big E himself, then that carries significant weight and would require a very high up individual to even have any leverage over that rogue trader. Oh my god, it's the generational the generational wealth. Yeah. Rogue traders would also have a lot of political connections themselves to insulate themselves from rivals. That makes sense. Especially since were all of the treaties that they have from the Emperor initially? Or were some given out, like, trickled through time? Family in a loose sense that it might be someone you're related to 15 generations ago? Ah, okay. High Lords can give them out. Oh. What is an example of someone who would get a treaty as a reward in this day and age? Do some Inquisitors become rogue traders? I feel like that would kind of be a natural segue, potentially. A Major General. They're mutually exclusive, really. It can happen? Inquisitors who become rogue traders are actually demotion. Wouldn't it be kind of like... Well, I guess Inquisitors have a fuck ton of freedom too. When you say general, do you mean someone that kind of rose up through the ranks through being Imperial Guard, who typically becomes a general? Most rogue traders with greatest freedom are given by the Emperor. High Lords often do more limited rogue trader. That makes sense. the smaller you are, the bigger competition is. The type of person who would usually become an Inquisitor is not the same type of person who would want to become a rogue trader. I could see that. Yeah, I see it as kind of lateral. Because you may not have necessarily as much authority, but I feel like you still have more freedom. But I mean, who would hold the Inquisitors accountable to do their jobs? High Lords? From what it sounded like in the other video, the Inquisitors generally are very passionate. Other Inquisitors. Oh. You abandon the original titles and to enter a rogue trader's service to become one. A Navy officer is no longer his rank. He is part of the... Damn it, it scrolled too fast. Retinue. Same with their heirs. Freedom for a rogue trader is getting out from under the thumb of the Imperium. Freedom for an Inquisitor is a power to do what is needed without red tape or blockages. Okay, so it's kind of what I figured, where it's just like an inherent difference in philosophy as to what you want to execute for the Imperium. Part of the process of becoming an Inquisitor, you have to be referred by and approved of by all Inquisitors. Oh! Okay, so they're basically like, yeah, your work ethic is good. You truly believe in your cause. This is something that you will uphold without us having to babysit you. So you can become an Inquisitor. You are allowed this power, basically. OG rogue traders were often politically powerful but inconvenient families that beg E1 and working for the Imperium but far away from the political core. That makes sense. Torture and indoctrination is a typical method to make Inquisitors. It is? What do you mean? Do Inquisitors low-key just live off of spite? If I remember correctly, the order correctly, it's Inquisitor, then Lord Inquisitors, and High Lord Inquisitor. Is there an unspoken... I imagine there's like an unspoken kind of status among rogue traders as well, right? Dude, Heinrichs is so fine. The things I would do to that man are crazy. Also, okay, that dude that's widowed in Rogue Trader... God, I wish you could romance him. But he's like super dedicated to his dead wife or something, which I really respect. But he's hella fine. Yes, him! I think he brings up my daddy issues, guys. In the Inquisitor book series, there's a ton of Inquisitors chasing the main character, trying to pin crimes on him out of spite. What a great use of the resources. There's no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt. I thought it was slightly different, the quote. Because they said like the true innocence quote last video. And I was like, yo, is this what happened to Titus? Did he just get fucked by the Inquisition? Yeah, bro got fucked by the Inquisition. Innocence proves nothing. Yes, thank you, Servitor. The job is very demanding to say the least, and an Inquisitor is constantly exposed to the worst the galaxy has to offer. I imagine Inquisitors probably have like a cyanide pill in their teeth or something. Because the amount of intel that they would have if they were ever captured is kind of crazy. Oh, my mistake. I didn't know they were different. Sorry. I'd imagine the rogue traders that belong to the families that were traced back to the Great Crusade were signed off by the Emperor originally probably have a lot of clout. I guess if you have anything directly, like if you saw something, a piece of paper from the Emperor versus a piece of paper from a High Lord, you'd be like, okay, well, get that shit away from me if you saw the High Lord one. Joining the Inquisition can vary wildly and all. Like in Darktide, the rejects are just throwaway cannon fodder. But after they prove themselves against impossible odds, they may join as acolytes. Oh, and then that's how they rise up through the ranks to become like proper Inquisitors. I appreciate how Amaya goes from super serial to super down bad in a heartbeat. Okay, but he's so nice. He's just so nice to you. He's like a great father figure. And like mentor and like guardian. Oh, it really is daddy issues. This because I grew up without a dad, guys. For Inquisitors, it also depends on the order they belong to, and even then depends if they're Puritan or radical. And even then, it's further broken down by subfaction schools of thought. That's too complicated. It's not my fault he's fine. It's not. I just remember seeing some of the conversations that he had with the rogue trader. And I was surprised, I guess, at the bond they shared. Yeah, I'm talking about Abelard. Complicated daddy issues, you'll fit right in with 40k. To be fair, my father wasn't around long enough for me to develop daddy issues, I think. Oh, hold on. That's a different Abelard. Hold on. He's so cool! Would you not want this, man? Give me 1 second. Here. I need to replace the Volus image with him. If it would save... If it would save... Yo, is he a short king? I can't tell. Yeah, replace that. No, 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 no. Let's see. I'm talking about Abelard. Bam. You don't think this dude's fine as hell? You're weird. Play the game and you'll get even worse. I need time. Dusty was telling me that it's like 90 hours. Yeah, I'm like, maybe he just looks stout. But it's like 90 hours for like a finished playthrough. Gonna be a VOD road, but just wanted to say it's been fun watching you learn about 40k. Hey, I'm glad that you're having fun, Shada. Enjoy the VOD. 90 hours pre-DLC. Oh. Wow. I'm very slow. I'm extremely slow. Like, actually. Like, for example, I had a nightmare run of Dragon Age Origins. You could easily finish that, I feel like, in 45 hours, right? It took me like 70 or 80. I think my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough is at like 120 hours and I'm not done Act 3. Shoo. Well, the red eye ruins it? What? No, shit taste. I have to talk to everyone, man. How could you say that ruins it? He looks so cool. What's wrong with him? You get me, lad. He is perfect. It's a long game. I finished 2 playthroughs, but I saved time on not playing games that others would consider essential. Never played a single Zelda. I think the only Zelda games I played were Breath of the Wild, Twilight Princess, and then some DS games. Dragon Age still hates me because I couldn't romance Varric and couldn't romance Rex in Mass Effect. Yeah, did you find out what happened to Varric in Veilguard? If you're not gonna be happy, you're not gonna be happy with what happened to Varric in Veilguard. Because it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Abelard is so loyal to you that it can follow you as a heretic. Don't betray him. Yeah, that was one of the things I found so appealing about him. He's such a G, dude. Spoiler for what happens to Varric in Veilguard, by the way. Spoiler, in 3, 2, 1. He was dead the entire time. That's why no one talks to him in cutscenes. I pretend Veilguard didn't happen. We peaked in Origins. Dragon Age 2 was really solid. Inquisition was kind of eh. But like, Dragon Age Origins was definitely the best for me. Steel Guard was yeah. Shaw. Did you not know? Liliana Love? Okay. Here's the thing, right? I did not kill Liliana in Dragon Age Origins, but I feel sorry for the people that did because they completely retconned your own autonomy in Dragon Age Inquisition. You should have had the right to have her stay dead, but your player choice was completely ignored in bringing Liliana back, which I disagree with. I like Liliana. I like probably Dragon Age 2 Liliana more. Actually, I like Hardened Liliana. I think Hardened Liliana is good. There are no other games after Origins. I will say, okay, aside from the dialogue wheel, the removing healing, the quests, I guess the quests and the map, and the reuse of environments in Dragon Age 2, along with some other things, Dragon Age 2, which was actually fairly solid. I feel like Dragon Age 2 got the Mass Effect 3 treatment, where because it was coming off the back of a really, really fantastic game, right? And it came quickly after, that it was seen as way, way worse because it felt way worse compared to the predecessor. Not because it was actually inherently that bad. Inquisition honestly wasn't that bad. I personally did not very enjoy it too much, but also the variety of dialogue that you had in Dragon Age Origins was so good. Dragon Age 2's problem was that it was made in 2.5 years. Yeah, honestly, I feel like those were most of the issues with it. Dragon Age 2 wasn't a bad game. It just wasn't nearly as good as Origins. And it came super shortly after. 2.5 years is fucking nothing, man. I can see where you're coming from, but in my opinion, Baldur's Gate 3 is more a mainstream version of the genre compared to Rogue Trader. Wait, for which? Also, hi, Amaya. I hope you guys had a great stream. We just finished watching Bricky's video for the Warhammer 40k factions re-explained, and we're just yapping right now about I guess various things. But welcome, Raiders. Hello, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and a member of Glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. I hope you guys had a great time. What were you guys up to? I will die on the hill that Mass Effect 2 is the worst Mass Effect. What? No! Mass Effect 2 is the best Mass Effect! What is your argument that Mass Effect 2 is the worst one? It goes Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 3, from best to worst. Mass Effect 2 is the best. IMO. What? I will say though, Mass Effect 3 actually was not the worst thing in the world. It suffered from the same thing that I feel Dragon Age 2 suffered from. Aside from the ending was really shitty. So. You just changed fun to Zatsu? Fair enough. I hope Maria feels better. Wasn't there a Mass Effect? Nope. No. No. Mass Effect 1 is so flawed, dude. Watch me every single time I take one fucking shot with my sniper and it overheats. The Mass Effect 1 gameplay felt very clunky to me and clumsy. Pending M3 destroyed it. Everything up until that was pure cinema and cathartic to everything in the series, in my opinion. I will say, actually, one thing that Mass Effect has consistently done very solidly in every franchise, or every part of the franchise, we don't talk about Andromeda, is the introductions of every Mass Effect game are really fucking good. I think, actually, Mass Effect 3 probably has my favorite introduction. The way you're just thrown into the thick of it is so cool. When you go to see Garrus on his homeworld, and you're just, in the battle... That scene always gives me chills. I need Art of Abelard Princess carrying Mei Mei now. God, I wish. I was thinking about comparing Baldur's Gate 3 to Rogue Trader isn't fair because it's two different audiences, two different grades of studio, two different games. The only similarity is that they are RPGs, in my opinion. Oh, you know what? I actually kind of agree with that assessment. Though, to be fair, I haven't played Rogue Trader yet, so... yeah. I feel like... ooh, you would definitely cater certain things. And there's like a certain expectation of what people might be familiar with. Like, I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 was very designed to be friendly to newcomers more so than Rogue Trader. Maya, you ready for the wildest bit of Warhammer? If you read the novels and recreate the battles on table, technically you're playing a visual novel. Oh, that's so cool, actually! That's a really, really good way to think about it. Andromeda had good gameplay. It was decent action RPG game, just a bad Mass Effect game. Dude, if it doesn't have Shepard, am I even playing a Mass Effect game? I don't even remember what happened. Weren't all the Mass Effect relays fucking destroyed? And then they did like some cock tease at the end of Mass Effect 3 where they showed a little bit of life on the planet? Huh? When I played through the series a few years ago, a few years back, I zoomed through the first game, barely did the DLCs as well. For what? Mass Effect 1? I did not get far enough in Andromeda, but I should have refunded that. I really should have refunded it. I can't believe I didn't. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is very... this was a very, very smart thing to do, because obviously Baldur's Gate 3 made it mainstream. The amount of Baldur's Gate 3 I saw from places I did not expect to see Baldur's Gate 3 from for months. Which, mind you, the speed at which trends die is way faster than it used to be. If there's a new game, it dies within like a month, right? But Baldur's Gate 3, that shit was strong for like almost half a year, if not half a year. Probably more. I saw so much of it, and it was mainstream. So honestly, like, better to cater for that, or to cater to like a different audience. But like Warhammer already has like a super dedicated audience. This was kind of branching out, in my opinion. I got Andromeda for $4 and I still overpaid. Guys, I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered it. I played like 2 hours of it. Max. That's fucking it. That's it. Oh, you can't even see me. There you go. I pre-ordered Mass Effect Andromeda. I should have just returned it. I really wanted to like it. It's worse than like the other pre-orders I've had. I've learned since then. I don't pre-order anymore. I don't pre-order anymore. It took me a couple hard lessons, like Mass Effect Andromeda. Bless online. I thought you were hiding behind Aveline. Father, help! Save me! Save me from the judgment. To be fair, I pre-ordered Cyberpunk. We all have our L's. I mean, to be fair, Cyberpunk got better, dude. So you never finished Andromeda? No, you couldn't pay me to finish that. Avalord, please console the wedding child. Yeah, please. Have you ever tried any of the earlier BioWare games like Baldur's Gate 1 or Neverwinter Nights? Funny you say that, actually, because I have... Let's see. Do I have it here? I might have it here. Oh no, I don't. Oh no, I have a copy of Neverwinter Nights 2. I have a copy of Neverwinter Nights 2. I have Jade Empire Special Edition. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right? I have Black and White 2. I have Spellforce 2 Shadow Wars. I have Nibiru Age of Secrets, Age of Empires 3 Gold Edition, Dungeon Siege 2, Guild Wars Factions, and Guild Wars Eye of the North. I still have these PC boxes for them. I played Neverwinter Nights 1 and Neverwinter Nights 2. I had a huge crush on Bishop. Like the craziest crush on Bishop. If you don't know who Bishop was. He's kind of an asshole, which explains a lot. I don't think you could officially romance him, but actually the dialogue with Bishop was really good. because he was a ranger, and rangers have questionable morality sometimes, but this was bishop. You could try BioWare's first game, Baldur's Gate 1. I heard it was not a great experience. Mind you, because of my condition, I try to play mostly controller things. Yeah. He's giving the side eyes. Dude, Bishop is so sassy. Papa, I feel sad for you. Pre-ordering Mass Effect Andromeda must have hurt. It really hurt, guys. Comfort me. Kinda looks like Channing Tatum. No, he's different. He's different, okay? How do I explain Bishop? I don't know how I could explain him. He's kind of a dick, though. He's fine as hell. But yeah, I had a gigantic crush on him, and actually a lot of his dialogue, even though I don't think you could technically romance him, it was very, very romantic. Because there's like an instance where you guys talk about like running away together. I'm just lucky that I watched a dumpster fire that is Andromeda on YouTube. Dude, the dialogue just fucking killed me. A lot of new game dialogue just destroys me. It feels like it's very much like trying too hard. You know what I mean? I say Pillars of Eternity, Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and those RPGs are better than Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was more visual for newer people though. You know, I haven't finished Pathfinder or Tyranny. But I feel like I would agree with that sentiment. But I do think that it's much harder to address. Like, I feel like in terms of writing, it's probably better, but the optimized experience is probably way better for Baldur's Gate 3, for example. Mind you, actually, my favorite game from Larian is not Baldur's Gate 3. It's Divinity Original Sin 2. I much prefer Divinity. Simple is besto, guys. Pathfinder is so long, dude. The amount of text is like crazy in Pathfinder and Tyranny. I really like reading, right? But like with no voice acting can be brutal. I really, really love the spells that you have in Divinity. One thing that I really adore about Divinity is that it's very similar to Elder Scrolls in that you have flexibility with your builds. You can take one skill point in Polymorph, for example, so you can just like get one specific ability that would otherwise be on like a typically melee character. You know, I love elemental reaction so much. Too bad you can't carry Death Fog with you anymore though. Unlucky. I feel like too the pacing for Divinity Original Sin 2 is much better than the pacing for Baldur's Gate 3. And that's a reason why I had a hard time finishing Baldur's Gate 3 and I didn't quite get there, because the second you get to Act 3 you're overwhelmed. I feel like Divinity Original Sin 2 eases you into doing more at once a little better than Baldur's Gate 3. And it's less overwhelming. Favorite CRPG is Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. I watched, I think it was Seth's Syntax video on Arcanum. I own Arcanum, actually. But, once again, can't play it because mouse. But from what, I watched, like, a story, like, I guess the video of Arcanum, and it was very interesting. I liked how you could talk no jutsu out of everything. Third act pacing in Baldur's Gate 3 is probably the weakest part of the whole game. I concur. Good night, Homeless, as well. My second favorite from Larian is Divinity Dragon Commander. I haven't played that one. Do you agree? Baldur's Gate 3 sort of feels like Larian trying to contort themselves into a D&D sized hole. I think they did a really, really good job implementing this system, honestly. And everything feels pretty smooth. But I definitely, coming off the back of Divinity Original Sin 2, I feel very limited. You know? I hope that for Divinity Original Sin 3, or I guess it would just be Divinity Original Sin. Because I think that's actually a prequel? And I know it's the same timeline, but I don't remember if it's in the future or in the past. I don't remember. But yeah, I really hope that they just add like some simple mechanics, like maybe like physical things like shoving or whatever. Those things can be added to Divinity Original Sin 3. But otherwise, no. Will you watch the second part video today or another day? Let's do a poll. Do you guys want me to watch it today? It's a little late. No? I could watch it next week. Okay, let me see how long the second video is. As much as Original Sin 2 is good, I can't get through the damn armor system. I despise magical armor with physical armor blocking effects. Really? I think it's super easy. Bricky used to make Legal Legos content? Where's part 2? Hold on. Let me explain part 2. 132. Aww. Maybe it'd be best to save it, because I feel like I'm not going to retain as much information. I did not know he started with LOL content. So you want to main videos? What do you mean? Oh my god, you guys are going to be here for part 2? Did you like spending time with me that much? Me indulging in your favorite thing? Well, it hasn't been too long. It's more just like I worry that it's not gonna be absorbed. You know what I mean? In Baldur's Gate 1, there's a mage that can one-shot you at level 1 with magic missile. That's not a design flaw. That's just how D&D used to be. It's Pathfinder, right? Pathfinder was the OG one? That's true. I can't tell if I'm just... Maybe it's just old age. My first time here. Thanks for being such a cool chat. Cool streamer, of course. I'm glad you had a good time, Dragon. 2nd edition D&D. Oh, I see. Naruto. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, that's all your hero time. Whatever, man. You got banned from the LOL subreddit for self-promotion? Fuck it, man. Get that deck. Do what you gotta do. I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but realistically, right? There's a certain level of shamelessness that you need to have to be a content creator. I genuinely respect people that can just plug their shit, because I cannot do it. I try, but I'm very, very bad about it. Which, speaking of, did you guys know that I have merch? And there's an Aerunia bundle, and there's a clipping contest you can participate in that can get you free merch potentially if you win. Wowzers, that would be crazy. All the details are in the description below. You're welcome. First Subway? Yeah, what could I say? Also, you know, speaking of which, I also have a Zephyr arcade code if you guys want to buy any miniatures. So, also in the description below. Yeah, free merch? Recognition? I acknowledge you? I think that's the biggest reward out of all those. That's true. I'm not chilling, I'm just informing you of current events. Yes, cough, cough, indeed. That said, who can I raid today? Feel like there's some messed up universal hate because every time your merch comes up, something happens financially that I sadly can't support. But if you enter the clipping contest, you can get it for free. That said, sometimes I do wish that like it was more accessible. I can't say when the Aerunia stuff will be around for or how long it'll be around for. I think probably like half a month at this point. But at the least my stuff is like on my V store will be around longer. Oh, let's see. I think I can raid Mimi. I think she's gonna be streaming for longer. Oh my god. There we go. And if you're new here and you had a good time, and you just like hanging out, or maybe you want to learn more about Warhammer with me, and eventually you'll just end up liking me so much, you're welcome. Feel free to follow, subscribe. Next week, I'll probably be reacting to part 2. Initially, I was going to react to some looting videos, but I've not done part 2. So that's what I'll be doing. Let's see here. Toko. In the meantime, I will raid Mimi. And I wish it like auto-suggest people for Twitch. And then for people just coming in, basically, I was saying that I'll probably go from Bricky to Luton to maybe Pancreas, and then to Arbiter Ian, depending. If the Emperor had a text-to-speech device. I feel like I'd actually somewhat understand that one now. It was helpful having more clued up 40k fans in here. There were moments when, if it was anyone else asking, I'd have said, sigh, I don't know anymore. I love your eagerness to learn more. It's very interesting. I like learning. When it comes to things I'm actually interested in, I can retain a lot more information. Luton does really good nitty-gritty detail lore. That's perfect for me because everyone recommended Luton, saying a lot of the questions you ask will be answered there, because I always ask about the really small, like, I guess like nitty-gritty and more day-to-day questions, I guess, about how these societies would function, you know? Alright, sorry, I was raiding Mimi. I wish I could just copy-paste. If you aren't careful, Luton will haunt your chat. Oh no, is that bad? I think I catch on decently fast. I'll be okay. Numbskulls, that's one I haven't seen recommended. Which, by the way, if you want to join the Discord, I have a Warhammer channel there where I take suggestions, like a suggestion one, so yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, there's nothing more. Alright, I'm gonna raid maybe. Hope you guys had a great time. It was very fun learning about it, and we'll get to part 2 next week. Oh, I can favor people. Wowzers. Oh, yeah. Favor. Oh, heck. Yeah, add more. Okay, sorry. Got distracted. Okay, bye. Good night.